smile, catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light in the darkest times? You make it bright, Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, You're doing what you do, girl, you're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our life's street star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sass and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Out the way. Jersey girl with something to lose. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From Bulls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah, New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life stream queen's way away side. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey, happy hump day, everybody. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama with Talking Trash and Truths, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. It is 9:33 a.m. on the East Coast, May 15th, 2024. And like I said, it is Wednesday. Happy hump day. It is very rainy and gloomy and cold. The dampness is really starting to get to me, but it's been like this a couple days now. And apparently it'll be rainy like this a couple days more, but my heart goes out to all those experiencing flooding and tornadoes, all that bipolar weather that, Mother Nature's throwing at you. Know that you're in my prayers and in my thoughts, and I wish you nothing but safety and peace of mind. Now, out in the crowd, we got Daisy Girl Williams chiming in early. Hello, sweets. Have an amazing stream. That means she came in, dropped the like, dropped some love, and off she went because she is a busy, busy girl. She's really got it in her head to stand by people, and I really respect her for that. She's constantly over supporting Joe, supporting Radix Verum, winning me. She's all over the place. And once again, Daisy, I do thank you for always being there, honey. We got Wolfram, who wipes his paws, lopes in, and howls. Ow. Dropping those links like they're hot. Thank you so much, sweetie. I appreciate it. I know so very little about you. We're going to have a chat one day because I'm so curious. At this point, you should know me. I need to know people's stories. And trust me, nothing you ever say would go beyond me or would ever shock me. But someday we're going to have that conversation. Today's topic, which we'll get into in a few minutes, because I got a couple things rattling around my brain, is let's bring back shame and guilt, or guilt and shame, however you want to say it. Because there's just a bunch of people running around out there acting like fools. Hey, Wolf Kinder, what's up? Wolfram hides in a foxhole. No, you're not allowed to hide. I won't ask any probing questions. No probing, I promise. But I am curious. I don't know hardly anything about you, so. And you do so much for me and for winning. So, I mean, I'd like to, know you a little bit. Purely up to you, though. I leave the offer out there. All right, so I missed Monday's stream and I didn't do a pop up on Tuesday because this weekend was pretty stressful for me. I had a really bad migraine for a couple days and I just didn't have the energy for anybody. Not even for winning. I was like, I love you, but I gotta go to sleep. I gotta lay down. I gotta turn off the lights. I gotta, plug my ears. I can't. There was like no light, no sound, no movement, and sleep was just elusive when you're in that much like pain in your head. You just can't seem to get away from it. But on Friday, I had a great stream with you guys, then followed by an awesome night of watching wrestling and, seeing the I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but it's freaking funny. Some of these people out on the internet, on YouTube. I mean, I know I put my business out there, right? And I overshare a lot. Maybe it's a lot of TMI. That's just who I am. Because I want the things that I've gone through in my life to help somebody else. Because otherwise it's pointless. I'm working through traumas myself with you guys as my therapists. And it's done so much for me over the last, say, year of me doing this. It's almost been a year that I've been doing the solo show. And I have to say, I've had therapists, I had a shrink, and they did nothing for me compared to what you all have done. Just for being there and for understanding and for never cringing away from anything that I have to share with you guys and never holding it against me. I'm working every day to be the best person I could be. I'm flawed. Everybody is. But I tend to berate myself for my flaws. I'm very, very harsh on myself. And I tend to actually enjoy the flaws of other people because it's part of their quirk. I like quirky people. I like people who don't just follow along and do whatever, is expected of them. I'm trying to think of the words here because they're not really coming. I mean, they are, but I don't want people who are like deviant or whatever. But I do like people who know how to have fun, who know how to laugh at themselves, who can look, at a situation and find the dark humor and appreciate somebody else's dark humor. Because life is not all rainbows and light and giggles and kittens. It's just not. And sometimes you got to look at the dark stuff. You got to look at the bad stuff and you just got to own it. And maybe make a little lighter of it than, you ordinarily would. You guys tend to half my worry. You take away half of it. You take away half of my shame and half of my insecurities. You make the load lighter. And that's really why I overshare. That's why I come here, because while you lighten the load for me, I really want to lighten the load for you. And I don't need thanks. I don't need any of that. You could do it silently and just benefit from it, and that would make my heart so happy. I just want people to feel better. A year solo is amazing. Thank you, Wolfkinder. Amber L. I love you too, honey. See, it's all you wonderful people that I've met over time, and I've really come to enjoy you. Like, you all bring so much personality and so much warmth, respect. All of you, even Darth. I mean, people are always like saying stuff about Darth, and we've had our headbutts and whatever. But he's not a bad guy. He's really not. I have a lot of people in my life that come to this stream, that go to Winning Stream, that they're just genuine people. They're not out to hurt anybody. Most of the time, they're carrying pain that you can't even imagine. Yet they're always in a rush to support everybody else. So I feel very blessed for that. I do. Because it's not easy finding good people anymore. And that's part of what this stream is about. There's so much negativity out there, so many lies and deceptions and threats that it's really hard to find peace of mind and security in today's world. It's hard to believe in anything. It's hard to even hold on to a dream, to even dare to have the temerity to have a hope to dream, because how dare you? It's very oppressive. The world is so violent and so full of hatred. I tried to explain it to my mother once when she asked me, when I started getting bad anxiety about leaving my house. And this was before I got sick. Connor was going to a faraway school, it was like a 45-minute drive, and work was getting really crazy because they were making all these changes. I started developing this really intense anxiety that would trigger panic attacks. And it would get to the point where I couldn't open my door. I'd just stand there fully dressed, tote bag, coat, everything, just stare at the doorknob, and I couldn't touch it. I wasn't brave enough to open the door sometimes. And my mother couldn't understand it because I've never been that person. I've never been, stay at home all the time and stay in one place and be afraid of anybody. I mean, I grabbed life and anybody in it by the balls and I went head first straight through it. That's why she always said, I was the perfect Aries because I'm a ram. I literally headbutt my way through everything in life. Like, oh, you got a problem? Boop. There you go. Now you got a problem. I'm your problem. Come deal with me. I was always stepping up, I was always ready to throw hands, like argue somebody down. I always was out to win it. Nothing scared me. I mean, I was terrified all the time, but I didn't let it show. I didn't let it affect me. Except that it made me kind of aggressive, so it affected me somewhat, but it didn't keep me home. It didn't send me into a panic. I wasn't sitting in a corner rocking and stimming like, one of my autistic kids. And then I was, and she couldn't understand it. And I said, you don't understand. I step out that door and I am hit with such a wave of anger. And it's not my anger. I'm not feeling angry myself. I got nothing to be angry about. I mean, I do, but not to that level. I'm good at burying my anger. But the anger that I felt just in the air was enough to debilitate me. I mean, it was oppressive. It was terrifying because it just seemed like everywhere I looked, there was a threat because there was just anger. And I was taught really young, anger means danger. It's just one letter off. That's why they're so similar. One always leads to another. One means the other. So I became hyper vigilant, hypersensitive to everybody's moves and moods and their words, whatever, reading between the lines. I started dissecting everything because I had to figure out who was going to be a threat to me and how to de-escalate it, how to diffuse them. And it just got to be too much. And this world is very much like that. It's a very angry world. And I don't remember growing up like that. I grew up during the Cold War. I grew up during the Persian Gulf War. I grew up, during riots, and there was still transitioning. There was a very limited acceptance of, any kind of non-white group because there was always that residual distrust and resentment that came from the 50s and 60s. So, I mean, in the 70s, everybody was, oh, free love and blah, 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 whatever, and disco. But there was still a lot of racism, like real racism, not the bullshit that they claim today. I'm talking about like real prejudice, real discrimination, real injustice and anger. And yet it still was not on the level that we have today. You know, we still had families, we still had communities. You know, we had groups of support rather than groups of protest. You know, it was a very, very different time. And I part of me just doesn't know when that switched over. It baffles me because it's heartbreaking. Because we have the potential to be amazing to one another, to ourselves, and we just don't. Or not enough of us do. And I feel like that buildup of pressure inside that pressure cooker, it had to blow up at some point. And I kind of feel like it did in this last year. Actually, in the last like 6 months, where things just started turning around on a global level. People just, it's like they got that final shock that they needed, and they're all sitting up and going, hey, wait a minute. I don't like this. And they want to change. That's the biggest hurdle, is getting people to want to change their minds, to be open to it. And I think we're either there or we're arriving very quickly upon that point. And I can't wait for it personally. But hand in hand with that willingness to change, that's what led to today's stream. I kind of want guilt and shame to be a thing. Anyway, so yeah, we had a great stream. Again, I spent the night watching wrestling and crazy people on the internet, crazy, angry, fantastical thinking people with winning. Yeah, Saturday, I had a bunch of bad news. Doesn't really matter. But you know, it made me freak out a little bit. And I broke down quite a bit, and I needed to withdraw. And, you know, so I went to like winning show on Saturday night, which was amazing, but I just wasn't feeling it. My mood changed, and I was able to like hang out in Discord for like 4 hours with, you know, people I hadn't talked to in a while because I've been recharging. But Sunday, Mother's Day, I only got to sleep for like 3 hours before my lovely son woke me up and said, hey, he wakes me up at like 11 o'clock in the morning. He's like, by the way, yeah, happy Mother's Day. I love you. You're the best mom ever. By the way, grandma's on her way. She'll be here in 15 minutes. She's, you know, she already left the house. Bye. And he goes and runs in the bedroom. I wanted to kill him. I was like, oh my God. I was like, you literally, like, I just woke up. I've only slept like 3 hours. And my mother's coming. Dear God. Like, what do you do with that? So I had to like rush around and clean up and everything, because there's my kind of clean, then there's my mother's kind of clean. And they're very different. Like, I need basic clean. She will literally like walk in and look at like the baseboards, and if there's dust, be like, you know, so it's like, woman, like, give me a break, please. I mean, if she doesn't like my housekeeping, she could hire me a housekeeper. I'm just saying. Either, you know, shit or get off the pot. Like, do something about it or shut the fuck up. And I was over it. I was not prepared. And because she hasn't been here since Christmas Eve, when she gave me coof. And my whole family, like me and both the kids, got coof from her. And she hasn't been here since. And now she's like, oh, I'll come by more often. Joy. That's great, Ma. Real quick, I want to look at chat. Inya, hi, honey. Inya said, been listening and cleaning. I have a wild imagination. Should have been a writer. Imagine John Wolfe of the Feds. He's supposed to be lurking, but we reeled him in, and he grew a heart because Shelly, now he's the ultimate mod. We won him over, guys. Oh my goodness. You're imagining Wolfram is a Fed. Yes, absolutely. He was supposed to watch out and, like, get me on the hook. Instead, I hooked him. There you go. He's one of my go-to mods. I love it. You're so funny, Inya. Amber L said, even Darth. Yes, even Darth. Listen, people like to talk shit about Darth. And honestly, when he's sober, he's very philosophical. He has really good takes on things, and he really likes to, like me, he's not good at small talk. We don't do the small talk thing. We like deep conversation. And sometimes we get a little heated. And that's when he and I like butt heads. But the thing is, we're adults. We can butt heads and still like give each other a little room to like cool off, go back, talk it out, and be fine. Other people get like real personal about it. And we've kind of taken that out of the equation. We both know each other's situations. We know each other's personalities. There's certain things we avoid because we know better now. We didn't know better before. And we just kind of let things be. But I think he understands who I am and he gets it and accepts it. And I understand who he is. And I get it and I accept it. I like Darth. Yeah. He's somebody that I do count as a friend. And I enjoy listening to his streams. If you haven't, heard his streams, he does meditations right now by Marcus Aurelius. And I know it gets to him that it's like the chapters are longer and sometimes it's slow going and he doubts himself, I think. But he does a really good job at it. But no, he has more cred with me than people enjoy, I think. And I don't care. I'm not going to stop being friends with somebody because somebody else doesn't want me to be. That's not who I am. I've given into that peer pressure too many times in my life and I'm not doing it. Like, you don't like my friends? Fuck you. Don't be friends with them. Like, and if you really don't like it, then don't be friends with me. I'm not going to cry over it. I'm just not. So you accept that I have certain friends that you might not like, and I accept that you have friends that I don't like. Trust me, there's a lot more of your people that I don't like than my people than you don't like. Because I don't like most people. I really don't. I've told you that many, many times. I dislike you before I like you. And if I like you, you're gold. Like, oh God, you can get away with so much shit with me. It's ridiculous. I know it's not good to say that, but I don't hide who I am. I like the different people out there. And Yumura's there, Wolfie. I gave you the coolest past. She rewrote your history. Fucking idiot. Yeah, Wolfie was a Fed, but now he's one of us. So there you go. He defected. Isn't that cute? You defected and I'm defective. So there you go. No wonder why we're all in a group together. Amber said, I'm familiar with that these days. Yeah, anger is a huge thing. Anxiety is a huge thing. Wolfram was stationed in West Germany before the wall came down, was also in the Army Reserves during the First Gulf War. So I'm classified as a Cold War veteran. Damn. Damn. Thank you very much for your service. Absolutely, Wolfkinder. Thank you for your service, Wolfie. I have great respect for veterans, for soldiers. I mean, all our troops. And you know what? What bothered me most when I learned about the Vietnam War, which of course I didn't learn until I was in my 40s, because they never got to it in school. That or they just didn't want to touch it. But for some reason, we never got to it. Never got to anything beyond like the Civil War. How bizarre is that? Like the way they taught history, even the way they teach history now is like, it's stupidity. Like they don't cover anything necessary. They cover the very, very beginning and then it just kind of trails off. But yeah, one of the things I hated about the whole situation with Vietnam was that the American people blamed the troops. They treated them like crap when they came back while they were gone. And it was like, oh, wait a minute. They're just following orders. They're doing what they swore an oath to do. Why don't you blame the higher ups? Blame the Pentagon, blame the president, blame Congress, blame the Senate, blame the Department of Defense, blame, like all these warmongers out there who are pushing this shit. But don't blame the troops. They're the ones out there dying thinking that they're protecting you. They can't help if there's a hidden agenda. They go out there with the right, mindset. They go out there with, protection and bravery and perseverance in their hearts. I could never blame them for what they did. They are literally just following orders and putting their lives on the line for something that none of us are in control of and most likely won't benefit from in any way, shape, or form, which we didn't, just FYI. But yeah, no, I have great respect for the military. For those, with boots on the ground. I don't have much respect for the ones in charge of everything at the upper echelons of power because it's so corrupt. It's so disheartening to look at my government and go, what are y'all doing? What is wrong with you? You ever just think that? You like sit there and I watch these Senate hearings and I watch all these trials and I listen to the, real news. And I just sit here scratching my head going, what is wrong with you people? I don't get it. Are you not human? Like, has greed really corrupted your soul to the point where you just don't give a fuck about anybody but yourself? How sad is that? I mean, it could be scary. Yeah. It could be maddening. Yeah. All it does is make me sad and angry. And it makes me feel rebellious, which, they want our compliance. Okay, then make me want to do what you want me to do. Set it up so that my kids are taken care of. So we're all, like free and we have all the rights that, we were promised basically at birth in this country, in America. We have a constitution. We have a Bill of Rights. We have a Declaration of Independence. And yet I feel like I'm growing up in some backwater, like third world country where we're just cannon fodder. And that wasn't the way it was meant to be. They foster anxiety. They foster identity confusion. They promote all these horrific things that destabilize the society and demoralize us on individual and group bases. They just create so much division. And all I'm looking for is unity and harmony because that's how we're strongest. That's, when we're at our best is when we band together. But they don't want that. They want little sheep that they can control. And, they want us full of robotic parts and, they want to turn our cash into digital currency so they could rob us blind. It's terrible. They they claim to want to like help us keep us healthy, yet they, tell us that, you absolutely have to go get this jibby jabby thing. And, oh, well, we don't really know what it's going to do to you, but do it anyway because I said so, or you won't have a job. And it robs you of, your health, your happiness, your life. It's unfair. I mean, I know life's not fair, but this is a ridiculous level of unfairness. And you said, oh, nice, Wolf. Yes, thank you. You've probably seen some shit. Yep. He probably has. Amber, I'm sorry you got bad news, honey. Oh, thank you. I mean, it wasn't like world stopping, but it came out of nowhere. The deal for the house didn't go through, so my mother didn't go on her trip. And that kind of, my mother's not good at delivering news. She's more brick to the forehead kind of deliverer. And I just wasn't prepared for it. I'm also, I was having lady issues. And let me tell you, PMS is a bitch, especially when you get it 2 weeks in a row. That was not fun. Not fun. Amber L said, I do love Dorothy. He's a great guy, but don't tell him I said that. Well, I mean, the fucking cat's out of the box now. Good luck with that. T-Rex Trucking and More. Hi, honey. He said, good folks. On my way to Dollywood. Woo! Yeah, you got a whole bunch of YouTubers on their way to Dollywood. I believe I don't know if they're meeting up tomorrow or Friday. I know they're definitely going to see each other Friday because you have Friday Night Live with the expert. And I think T-Rex and Shizzy and Volstorm and Diva and White Rabbit and Danielle and who else? Caitlin. I don't know who else is going because I'm really not up on that. I can't do the socializing thing as much as I like to. I really can't. I just can't. I don't have the patience for it. I don't have the energy. I spend most of my time and my energy trying to just not feel pain and not be a complete bitch because of it. And believe me, my go-to personality is full on, like uber bitch. And I try really hard not to do that. I really do. Because I don't think it helps anybody. I mean, I feel better afterwards usually, but just me feeling better and making a bunch of people miserable, that's not really my goal. So I don't really have the energy to sit around and make small talk and be like, oh, yay, ha, ha, ha. I can't. This show literally takes everything I've got. I love y'all, but not easy getting up here and talking endlessly. Especially when everything in my body hurts. And I'm sitting here with a smile on my face because y'all deserve my smiles. And I know you could hear it in my voice. But yeah, and I hope they meet up and they have a really great time. My only word of caution to all of them is meet up with no expectations. Because expectations lead to disappointment. And I want y'all to have a great time. I want nothing but great stories. And I want it to be an experience that you all walk away from happier than when you went there. So just do me the favor and don't expect things of each other. Just be open and accept whoever is in front of you as they are. And be grateful and happy for them. But I wish them all safe travels because quite a few people are traveling, including T-Rex. Safe travels to you, even though you do that literally every day. But yeah, I hope they have a really good time. They're many, many, many good people. People I thoroughly enjoy. And I hope they have a great time. And I hope they come back with tons of stories. Wolfram said, well, to be fair, I was a combat MP in the reserves, so I am watching you. Ooh, you were an MP, huh? See, I knew you were authoritarian. No, I'm kidding. But, oh God, every show or movie I've ever seen that had the MP, they always play the hard asses. It's like, oh, I mean, that's got to be a rough job. Inhumers, it's like, oh, it's the real like Jack Reacher. It's like the real Jack Reacher. My English brain is going, nope. It's like turning that around. Told y'all he was mysterious and awesome. Yes, he is. It's the real life. Okay. She said life even. There you go. I don't read ahead. You know that. And I don't read backwards in chat because that drives me crazy when people do that. They're like, I don't get the context. Well, you would if you fucking read it in order. It's like, that drives me insane. Why do you go from the bottom up? Who reads like that? But yeah, no, you're right. He's the real Jack Reacher. That's funny. Wolfkind, T-Rex, be safe out there and have fun this weekend at Dollywood. Safe travels, T-Rex, coming from Amber L. And yet he isn't the he isn't the popo that eats donuts but fights ex-rangers in bars, right? I hope he's not fighting anybody. You just sit there with your little pig's ear and you just gnaw away and keep throwing Snickers my way. Amber L, disrespect for our military pisses me off so much. Exactly. And you said there's so much injustice. I wish I was taught that earlier. Yeah, because I really did grow up thinking that life was pretty much fair. You know, your individual predicaments and situations could be unfair. But I thought, like, you know, the court system, you know, cops, like all that kind of, I thought they'd be fair. I learned very quickly that you don't talk to cops and you don't talk to the feds and you don't know shit and you mind your own business and you keep your mouth shut because snitches get stitches. But never did I see anything like what's going on. I mean, I know it existed, but I know it now. I didn't know it then. You know, I believe the whole Woodward and Bernstein thing. I believe that, you know, Nixon did whatever the hell it was they said he did or whatever. I never really understood it back then. It was just like, all right, Nixon, screw up, moving on. Like, I didn't care. Politics didn't bother me because I was young. I had forever ahead of me. You know, a year was a lifetime. Now I blink and 10 years are gone and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that ain't fair either. But I took things at face value because I didn't believe that my government would lie to me. I really didn't. It never dawned on me that these powerful men and powerful women would ever go about trying to destroy everything that I was working to build just for shits and giggles. Because sometimes it really seems pointless, the things that they do. I know they have an agenda and they're just marking, you know, check marking a box off. But I really didn't think that they were avidly moving toward my destruction, toward dominance over my entire life. Because I believed in, you know, the pursuit of happiness, you know, liberty, freedom. I believed in all that. And I thought they supported that. Little did I know. And you said, hey, Amber, long time no see in chat. I saw your Love the Way You Lie cover and it was amazing. Yes, I mentioned that a little while back. It was really good. Amber's thanking you. Thank you. Wolfram, still a pure blood, refused to jab. Yeah, well, some of us weren't so lucky or so smart. Again, took me a year too late to wake up. And yeah, I almost got the jibby jab, but my husband wouldn't, and we decided not to our son. I did make an appointment, but got the flu and couldn't get it. Something or someone must have saved me. Absolutely. Divine intervention. Absolutely. I believe in that. Like I said, I think I was meant, unfortunately, to go through what I went through because it was the only way that I was going to put on the brakes and stop and fix what was inside my head. You know, the physical is still kicking my ass, but my mind is so much stronger than it was before. The emotions, meh, I'm very sensitive. I never used to cry as a kid because I wasn't allowed. You know, even like when Daddy died. Turn it off, swallow it. You can't do that. You got to be strong for your mother. You can't cry because then she's going to cry. You got to, you know, just put your stuff aside. So I learned to like bury all my emotion. And I could freak people out because they'd hit me with some horrible news and I'd be like, because I couldn't show anything. And now like emotion overwhelms me. And that was what I was afraid of. That's why I never wanted to face my traumas. I never wanted to have to take too close a look at all the things that I had buried because I knew once that dam breaks, it's unstoppable. It's absolutely unstoppable. And who knew how long, that water would run through it? Was it ever going to end? And now it's like I feel everything. It's nice in a way because I do feel more alive than I ever did. The apathy is only temporary and occasional now when I have to shut down. But for the most part, like, I just laugh it off. We watched Tommy Boy on Sunday night, with Winning. I cried at the end, y'all. With the part when he asks his dad for wind and whatever, and suddenly there's wind. And I cried. And I had a laugh because I was like, you idiot. This is a comedy. Like, why are you fucking crying, Shell? Because it was emotional for me. I used to have triggers that would cause me to react in anger or fear. And neither one of those are good for other people or for me, but mostly for other people because I can be scary and I can be dangerous. I can if I give into that. But being overwhelmed by emotion, it's fucking funny because, dude, like, what is wrong with you? I cry at commercials. I mean, for no reason. Like, I mean, there's reason, but it's like, what is wrong with you? And it's just because I've opened up this old wound that was all scarred and like toughened up, and it kept everything inside, including, the infection of pain and hatred and self-loathing. And I opened that up, and I, little by little, I investigated, and I started like clearing it out, and let's go, let's heal this part, let's heal that part. And now it feels like I'm still healing everything in there, but it's literally a gaping open wound that's very sensitive to everything. I feel raw. And I think it's good. I do. I do think it's good. It's a little embarrassing sometimes because I'm like, oh my God, I never cried in my life. And now all I do is cry. And it's funny because I cry even when I'm happy. I mean, I could be super, super happy. Then all of a sudden there's just all this emotion. I cry and then I'm back to being happy. But it's like I have to do this constant, like these little releases to like take the pressure off. And it feels so much better. And I don't know, like that's just me now. So I'm just the weepy one. Divine, and we appreciate you for it so much. Yes, we do. We do. Wolfkinder said, Kaiser Pineapple, Danielle, Steve Forney, and his wife. You mean Steve Gosney? Who's Steve Forney? And his wife, you got Valhalla. Valhalla's bringing his wife too, isn't he? Broken Baker. Some of the others are heading to Dollywood with Expert and the White Rabbit. I mean, that's awesome. I really do hope they have a great time. Gosney. Oh, there you go. I was like, who the fuck is Steve Forney? I was like, they got some new regular in there I don't know about. What's going on? Amber L, expect the best and prepare for the worst. Yeah, I always expect the worst and prepare for the worst. I hope for the best, but I don't, hang my hat on it. My hope hat. And you said, I love you, Shelly. Oh, I love you too, honey. You're such a strong woman. I hope we can really make you smile or laugh today. I'm in a good mood today. I'm just tired. I fell asleep about 12:30 and I woke up at 4. And then I was just awake. I tried going back to sleep. I got up. I went to the bathroom, came back. I was like, all right, I can go to sleep. And I laid down and my head was just boom, boom, And I was like, yeah, no, this ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. I took a shower. I was like, maybe if I just, like put cold water on my head. That didn't work. Nothing worked. Nothing worked. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. And my son gets up at like 6:30 and he's like, I'm gonna go to the store. I was like, they're not even open yet. And he was like, well, I need something. I was like, you know what? Do me a favor. And I mean, winning, I apologize in advance. I said, do me a favor and get me a Coca-Cola, a Diet Coke. And he was like, why? I said, because my head won't stop hurting. I said, and I've tried chocolate, I've tried coffee, I've tried chicken for the protein. Nothing's working. I was like, so just do me the favor. I had a cookie because I was like, maybe it's the sugar. Nope. I was like, just get me the fucking soda. And he was like, okay. I was like, I'm not going to drink it all. I said, but I got to have like a couple sips and see if it helps. And it did. It alleviated so much of my headache. But by then it was like, by the time he went and got, he got dressed and he went and he came back, it was like 7:30. And I was like, there's no friggin' way. I got to be up at 8:30 to get ready for the show. No, so I just stayed awake. But my head feels better. I'm just very subdued. Like, I'm sure I'll amp up, but it's just like, it's dreary outside. It's cold in here. It's damp. And I'm just very low energy. I'm happy. But I am kind of low energy. But thank you. I always love it when you guys make me laugh, especially you nut. Puffer, hi, honey. How are you? Good to see you too. And everybody's saying hello to each other. I love it. You guys are so cool. In your MERS. Until I was 15, 16, I was and probably would have been a narc. I just minded my own goddamn business. That's all I did. I learned very early on in life, shut up. You didn't see nothing. You didn't hear nothing. You don't know nothing. Just shut up and be invisible. And that's how I've pretty much gone about life. Now I'm full of opinions. I mean, I always had opinions, but I didn't really voice them so much. I was that person who would just look at you and you knew I was just not having it and they just take another tack. But now I'm like, let me tell you, like, come here. I'm gonna tell you what you're doing wrong or what you're not seeing. I got no problem calling people out on their bullshit. The thing is, the people closest to me, they tend to forget that I'm a very, very good lie detector. I just won't let you know that I know you're lying. Just like when you go behind my back and do stuff, like I know. People forget I know everything. Because everybody loves to tell me shit. So I go out knowing all this stuff and I love when people turn around, they act like they never did whatever. I usually just let it go. I wait. Like I said, I give you enough rope to hang yourself, but trust me, once we get to that door slam moment, you step over that line, you won't even know where the line is at this point. And I just close the door. I just walk away because I can cut people off like nothing. That's always been my strong point. I just turn off all the emotion and you just don't matter anymore. So that's a word to the wise for people who, know what they're doing behind my back and pretend like I don't know. Trust me, I always know. About anything serious, that is. I was a goody two shoes. Oh, yep. So was I. I was a goody two shoes. For so long I was. We're going to talk about that today. It's scary to feel things when you're so used to turning it off. It is. Because everything is so overwhelming. I had a panic attack in school and Marty came in and he was like, "What's the matter with you?" And there was so much to get done and there was so much that was on my plate that shouldn't have been on my plate because it wasn't my fucking job. It was well above my pay grade, but they expected me to do it. And I was crying. And I said, I feel so overwhelmed. And he did not react the way I thought he would. I thought, okay, he's like this. I've always been there for him emotionally. I've been there through his manic episodes. I've covered for him so many fucking times. And he got mad. And I was like, what is your problem? And he was like, don't you fucking tell me you're overwhelmed. When these bitches say they're overwhelmed, you know what I hear? I hear, I can't do it. I can't handle it. And I expect better from you. Bro, I was so resentful that he said that because that hurt. I was like, how dare you? I need a little support. And you tell me basically, suck it up. You're stronger than that. Fuck you. Like, how come everybody else gets to have a breakdown? Everybody else gets your support. And I got to be the one that supports you, but not the other way around. Bafangu. Like, no. But I never forgot it. And I was very reluctant to ever say anything bothered me again. Because he'd come in and be like, what's with the face? I don't know what you're talking about. You're mugging. You don't want to see me mugging? Get the fuck out of my classroom. And he'd be like, well, you want me to be a hard ass all the time. So you know what? Here's the hard ass. Get the fuck out. But what's the matter with you? You don't give a shit. So don't fucking ask me. Get out of my fucking classroom. How many times I threw him out? Oh my God. Castro. Hi, honey. Wolfkinder 3, just an FYI. There was a traditional GB jab that got pushed aside because they were already widely in use. Novavax is available if you have family or friends who feel the need to get yearly shots. I used to get pneumonia shots. I won't even get those anymore. I also don't know how my body would interpret any other shots. I don't know what it would do with that. Because my body has betrayed me so many times over the last year and a half where I just don't know what to expect. Amber, please don't apologize for your emotions. You're an inspiration. Thank you. That's very sweet. Thank you. I'm trying very, very hard not to cry because I'm like right on the precipice of it. And I'm trying very hard not to. I know I will at some point, but tears, people don't get it. They're like, oh, Shelly's got the crying stream. You know what? We have cathartic cries. Our cries are actually therapeutic. It's not, I'm not sitting here whining and crying and I'm so sad. Like, whatever. Like, if I'm crying, it's because I'm emotionally fragile. And I trust you guys with me when I'm vulnerable. That's not something I can usually say. When I feel vulnerable, I porcupine. I've said that about Darth, but I do it. That's why I understand him. When I feel somebody's getting too close to, like the wounded parts of me, those quills come out and choo, 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 choo. Out they go, and you will suffer the consequences. And I don't do that with you guys. I don't want to do that with you guys. And if you think it's an internet thing where I don't think you could hurt me, oh, you could all hurt me. You all have the power to hurt me. And you know it, but you don't. Which means more to me than platitudes or anything like that. So yeah, this is the channel where you go to be welcomed, to be accepted, to be based. Don't come here with your bullshit. But, it's a place to heal. You don't have to be perfect here. You don't have to be sunshiny. You don't have to always be funny. If you're feeling something, then this is the place to come and feel it. Because nobody's going to laugh at you. Nobody's going to minimize how you feel. And I'm not going to be like, oh, I don't want to talk about that or I don't care about that. Like, that's not going to happen. I never understood people that pushed other people away when they needed them or who encouraged people to shut down their emotions and just basically like suck it up. No, don't suck it up. Get it out, deal with it, heal it, move on. And then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Once you take the power out of it, you're golden. Will it still hurt? Yeah, it will. But it'll hurt less and less and less and less as you learn to, really nurture that wound into healing. I'm not saying be self-indulgent. I'm just saying give yourself at least as much respect and love as you give everybody else. I'll spend hours listening to other people's problems and helping them and giving them advice and giving them comfort. And I don't get that in return. A lot. Occasionally, when people feel guilty, right? And they're like, oh, I've been coming here for I haven't asked her how she is. And oh, gee, how long has it been? If you got to wonder how long it's been since you asked me how I'm doing or how I'm feeling, then maybe you should examine that. That's your problem, not mine. But I naturally want to take care of people. That's who I am. I have a hard time letting anybody take care of me because I don't want to expect it. And then when I need it, it's not there. It's really hard to get used to leaning on somebody else. And then you finally accept that this person, that's your person. You can lean on them or whatever. And then you go to lean and they're not there. That's a pain worse than the pain that you were feeling before. That disappointment. And it leaves you feeling lonelier than ever. I've always been alone. No matter, even if I was with somebody, I've always been my own person. I've always done things my own way, and I didn't wait for somebody to give me the green light, and I didn't wait for them to, help out or whatever. I just forged ahead and did it. That's just me. Like my mother said, I was the ram. Or as my grandmother would say, I take care of things like a bull moose in a china shop. And because I will just steamroll right fucking over you. Like, don't even. If I have a goal, nothing is going to stand in my way. Especially when it comes to helping the people in my life that matter to me. You can't hold me back from helping them, for being there for them. It doesn't matter what it costs me. I'm going to do it every time. I just don't give myself the same advantages, I guess, or the same perks. Nerd morning. Oh. That word is banned. You can say good M. Sitting here waiting on the doctor. Okay. You have fun with that. Good luck. We're all counting on you. See, now I can't.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
There you go. I lost my place. Here we are. Amber said, the more you talk, the more alike I feel you. Yeah, I get that. I do. I get that. And it's nice to know that you're not the only one who feels certain ways about certain things, because so much of this life now is isolating. We all want connections. It's really hard to make connections now and to keep them, especially healthy connections. It's easy to make disastrous, like, oh God, such toxic connections, because the toxicity of people out there, woo-hoo-hoo. And they don't always show it at first. So they fool you into thinking something. And then you're like, oh, hello, demon. Because you're just like, oh my God, they're an angel. They're wonderful. And then they show their true colors. And you're like, fuck. That always takes me by surprise. Because I can see a person and how they are from a mile away. And yet, once I love them in any way, shape, or form, it's like all that prior knowledge just goes phew, right out of my head. I'm like, oh, I was just seeing things, like I can convince myself that they're the best people. And then they hit that hard limit for me. And I'm just like, no, they were an asshole. All right, I was right the first time. But now I just wasted all this time with this person. And now I'm aggravated. And now I got to take care of this. And it's just like, ugh. So it's hard for me to really make connections now because I'm so afraid that the person's going to wind up being this horrible being who's going to hurt me. I don't take the risks that I used to. Because my peace of mind is a lot more fragile than it used to be. When you start seeing the world as it is, you have to also look at yourself as you are and the people around you as they are. And that's a hard pill to swallow. Puffer, lying to me is a form of disrespect. Absolutely. Not a white lie that doesn't hurt anything. A big fucked up lie. Yep. Don't do that. I wouldn't do it to you. I feel exactly the same way. I can handle anything you have to say to me. Any honesty that you want to come with. Bad news, horrible news, scary news, it doesn't matter. I will take whatever you say and that's fine. That's the truth. And okay, well, now we got to deal with that. And I can get beyond it. I can't get beyond lying. I just can't. It's the worst thing to me. It really is. And it just, I don't know. It just bothers me so much that I can't look at the person the same again. And I always know when somebody's lying to me. I know when they're lying to other people, when they're making shit up, when they're, weaving some weird tale. Other people are like, oh my God, that's a great. And I'm like, I can't believe you're buying this horse shit. Like, really? You don't see who this person is? You don't see the manipulation? You don't see the lying? Like, what is wrong with you? I'll give them another chance. Fuck another chance. Like, they don't mean enough to me for me to waste more time on them. Like I said, if I love you, oh God, you can get away with murder. But to a point. I mean, look at Tommy. Speaking of Tommy, jail update. He's still in county jail. They haven't brought him back to the state prison yet, which is worrying because it should have been 1, 2, 3. And no, you're going back to jail for the rest of your life. Bye. And he's been there 2.5 weeks now. And I'm not loving it. Not loving it. And I don't want to call and be like, hey, I need an update on Thomas Burns. Because those guards get lonely. I could sweet talk them into telling me anything. But I really don't want them to tell him that I called about him because then he'll never leave me alone. In your MERS, on a call with show on hold. Be right back. You do your work, girl. Amber L, I cried a lot yesterday. It's okay. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. We'll talk later if you want. You can hit me up. Just not during nap time. See, sometimes you call and I'm napping and I'm just like, and I don't do callbacks. I never call anybody back. I don't call my mother back. I mean, it's my mother, but yeah, I don't call anybody back. I'm terrible at that. I just want to say I appreciate you so much, all of you. Thank you. Oh, honey, you're so sweet. I hope you feel better today. Wolfram, no one is perfect, but we can do the best that we can. Yeah, we can. And I think that's all we can do. Just don't start your day being a piece of shit. How about that? That's an improvement. I'm not saying be an angel. I'm not saying be some beacon of light. Just don't be an asshole. And thank you for you, Amber. We appreciate you too. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. You're very sweet and I love your music. And that snort makes me giggle. It really does. I like being the one that makes you snort all the time. I remember that one chat that we had when I had you on panel, and somebody in my chat was counting the snorts, and I can't remember who it was, but it was so funny because you were up to like 16 snorts. I was like, damn. It was so funny. It was a good day. I agree, Puffer. I still have a few people I still haven't asked why they lied about certain things, and it bothers me the most at like 3 a.m. The worst. See, that's my problem with sleep. I'm tired. My body is tired. My brain goes, hey, let's play the greatest hits of how we've ever been wronged, all the things that we used to do that we can't do anymore, all the ways we've been hurt, all the ways that life is going to fuck you over and you're never going to achieve anything that you wanted to achieve. That is the symphony that tries to lull me into some type of nightmarish sleep. Bro, my cat literally just was laying down and looked at the ground and just face first planted asleep. Literally, boom. Boo. You all right? You're all right, honey. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay. What do you got? I never know what the hell he's doing. He likes to find like little pieces of dust and he thinks they're toys. I'm like, dude, you know how many toys I fucking bought you? Like, go play with them. And then he looks at me like you hurt my feelings and I feel bad. Some bitch. Anyway, hold on one second. All right. I'm unmuted, guys. Sorry about that. I have my son here. I need to look something up real quick. Because he's so happy that he's getting. I told you his iPad went bleh, so he needed a new one. I just need to check because he's right in front of me. And oh God. Yeah. Come on. Face recognition. Unbelievable. So many passwords for everything. It says arrives today. It does not say that it arrived. Oh, yes, it does. All right. So if you want, it came by UPS. So that's going to be check downstairs and then go across the street. All righty. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Amber said, not to be self-indulgent, but one of my favorite lines I've written. If I just keep telling myself things I say to everyone else, maybe someday I'll listen. I love that. And I do think of that a lot. Like, I'm like, if I just gave myself the same type of advice that I give out to everybody else, I'd be great. But thing is, I know it'll work for them. I don't believe it will work for me. Amber L., I was listening to a podcast the other day, and the therapist suggested to call yourself your name. Like, Amber messed that up, huh? That the I or you language during self-talk can amp up. Huh. I don't know. I think I'm crazy enough. If I start, talking to myself and calling myself Shelly or whatever, I mean, oh shit, I do that now. Especially when I mess up. I'm like, well, Shelly, you fucked that up. Good job, dumbass. But yeah, I still manage to laugh after I have my breakdown. Can amp up the downing on yourself. I don't know, but I'm trying it. Not sure if it's helping yet. I mean, it's either going to help or make you crazy. Either way, we're good. Crazy's not bad. He said a person tends to give themselves more grace if you take out the I and you self-talk. And he said it'd be really weird at first. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I'll try that a little bit more. Good M Gutter Pup. What's up, Chica? What's up? She's so funny. Thank you, Wolfram, for throwing her link up there. Amber, I suppose I could try that. Thank you, Inya. Absolutely. I think we all could try that. Jazzy, welcome, Jazzy. How you doing? Does anyone ever see the lies that come from LC? Just curious if I'm the only one. I mean, what kind of lies? I'm sure I've detected many from everybody, but I don't know that he's any better or worse than anybody else out there. I think he's just, he drinks a lot and his mouth gets away from him. That's one of the reasons I don't drink. Oh, and I got a story for you from yesterday. Oh my goodness. Do, 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 do. But yeah, I mean, I don't really call what he says lies as so much just being a bullshitter. Like, and that's not a bad thing. He's an internet personality at this point. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of bullshitting involved. You have to kind of expect it. And if it's too much bullshit, like too much self-promotion or whatever, like that is unwarranted, or too many like wild friggin', outlandish shit that isn't true, I'll just walk away. But sometimes, like, I really like little snippets of people that are out there. Like you just sit there and go, God, what are you going to come up with today? Really? The Lord of Light, tell me more. It's, just crazy people. I'm not saying LC is crazy. I'm just saying there are crazy people out there that I tend to enjoy in small snippets. Wolfgang just said, worse than lying to me, making up lies about me. It depends. Because there are people who have made up so many lies about me, and I'm just like, whatever, I don't give a fuck. Because honestly, they're irrelevant and their opinion doesn't fucking matter to me. But it bothered me enough to be like, well, I'm just not going to bother with you. But it didn't bother me enough for me to strike back or to open my mouth about it. Like, if you want to talk about me, knock yourself out. I know who I am. Anybody close to me knows who I am. If you think the worst of me, like at first glance, like if you have that knee-jerk reaction of, oh, she did this, she did that, right. If you think that bad of me, then you don't know me. And more to the point, I don't want to know you. So it's like, either believe the good in me and be honest about, who I am and what you think of me, or you don't matter. Because it really just walk away. And I'm already there. At crazy? How did I know that was your destination? Crazy kind of lives right next to conclusions. I don't have to jump into either one. I don't have to drive. You don't have to drive me crazy. Just, I took one step and there it all was. It's really a very short walk for me. Sometimes I have to actually backtrack, so that I get back to crazy because I've gone so far beyond that. That's when I need me time. That's when I'm like, I don't want to talk to anybody because I'm like, I can't depend on what I'm going to say. I can't predict it. So it's like, my self-control is kind of tenuous. Let's not go there. Well, I wonder if I talk dirty to myself, I can get myself warmed up. Girl, you can. And if not, you can always call me. I'm always willing to help out a friend. A friend in need is a friend indeed. And he said, sexy ass bitch. Yes, she is. Wolfkinder, pronouns would be first person. Saying your name makes it third person and removes the comment away from self. That's an interesting concept. It is. It is to talk about yourself like somebody else. I mean, Trump does that, doesn't he? All the time. He does that all the time. I wonder if that's how he deals with shit now. He's just like, they're coming after Trump. They are. They're coming after Trump, but Trump won't let them. They're coming after you, and Trump is going to stand right in their way. It's like, damn. Like, it's a little comical. Not going to lie. But at the same time, maybe that's a better way of doing things. Yeah, I'm better in small snippets. Yeah, there are some people I have to do just small doses because too much. I'm like, I'm gonna hurt you, and I'm gonna enjoy it. So be careful. Jazzy said, I'm good at detecting normal bullshit and flat out lies. Big bullshitter is great at lying. Yeah, big bullshitters are. The stand-up philosophers in life. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's so many of them out there now. An interesting concept for sure, but I'd probably just end up shit talking about myself. Yeah, I do that too. Goddess Pub, that's my shell. Always there for me in all the ways. You know it, girl. Wow. In your mercy. I laugh when I did that one damn poem. The not the he said, she said. It's, you know what, the E. Cummings poem that I did. And it was so funny because I really let myself like feel that poem. And everybody that listened to it was like, damn, girl, what were you doing? Like, that shit left me seriously hot. I'm like, that shit makes me laugh. It does. Don't worry, he learned it in therapy. Nice. Lincoln Kane is a better liar when he's sober and a bullshitter when he's drunk. See, I've never seen him sober. Ever. I literally haven't, but then I don't really frequent his thing because a lot of it is when he has all those people on panel, that's too much fucking noise for me. I can't do big panels. It's just, for me, it's just noise. I don't enjoy it. And because I know I'm not processing what's going on because it's too much information and like too much feedback at once, I slip into that default persona where I'm all, like dick jokes and it's all innuendo and outright like vulgarity. And that's just one part of my personality, but that's what I fall back on so that everything else is protected. I literally turn off everything else. And that's what goes forward. And I don't like doing that. I spent months doing that 6 hours every morning for 6 days a week. And it almost killed me. Like, I need to be me, not just that one part of me. And then people think that's all there is. And I'm like, oh, good. Underestimate me a little more. But yeah, no, that's why big panels for me, like his, I can't do it. I don't think they're fun either. Everybody's talking over one another and screaming, and it's a whole bunch of bullshit. And it's just like, yeah, no, that's a drama I don't need. I almost told Gutter to listen to it. We try to figure out who the hell Lincoln Kane is. LC, Lincoln Kane. He's the Aussie that gets drunk on stream. He friggin' passed out on his floor, and there was like a dog and a goat or a sheep or whatever there. I think, was it a sheep or a goat? I don't know. It was a girl, whatever it was. And she was like in his lap or whatever. And I'm not talking about like a female girl, like a human. I'm talking about like the goat or whatever the hell it was. I can't remember. My memory's a little spotty. Okay. Last week was really bad for the memory. This week's not so bad. It sounds like I don't want to know. Lincoln Kane he's funny in a like, oh my God, what's he going to do now? It's just, oh, Australia doesn't exist. I know, but he lives in that place that doesn't exist. And I watch him in a place that doesn't exist. And then I forget that he exists and everything's better. But I'd gone to, I don't know, it's like 6 of his shows to watch. And it wasn't a draw for me. It's just too noisy. Like, I like people who are funny, but I like to understand them. And most of the time he got so drunk, it was just like, oh my God. I would sit there and worry for him. And I didn't even know the dude. I'd be like, oh my God, he's going to throw up. He's going to choke on his own vomit and die. And it's all going to be on stream because he left the live feed going. And it's great. And you don't want to know. Yeah, you probably don't. And you probably don't. I think he would infuriate you. I really do. Not just him, like everything that goes on that stream. Danielle goes there quite a bit, but she goes and then she hurries up and leaves, like if she's uncomfortable or whatever. But Elsie has a thing for Danielle. So, I mean, he's been like that since the beginning. He's all right. I tend to think he's more for the male crowd. He's just not my cup. Not my cuppa. If you have to ask if it's a goat or a sheep, maybe it's better that Australia doesn't actually exist. I just can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was a goat. Because I don't remember there being a lot of like fluffy wool. I remember there being like hair. So it had to be a goat. But I can't get the visual in my head because it's one of my blank spots. Like I can see all around it, but to try to like picture him with the goat like leaning on his lap and him like, telling this goat that it's like a wonderful thing or whatever, like complimenting the goat. It's a blank spot for me. I know it happened, but I can't see it. So I have no details. So it's guesswork. But anyway, back to what I was saying. We saw on Sunday night, after mom came by, she brought me a music box for Mother's Day. And I legit told her, I was like, yeah, I didn't get you shit for Mother's Day. Well, no, you don't have to. I was like, yeah, I know. But she got me this little, I got to get my glasses if I'm going to read it because it's got a saying thing inside. And she gives me this little box and it's got a card in it. Shelly, happy Mother's Day. Grandma used to sing this to you all the time. Love and best wishes. Mommy, which odd way to end a card, but okay. And it's this little music box. I can't really, I don't think you're going to hear it, but let's see. So the song is You Are My Sunshine, which my grandmother always, always, always used to sing. And it wasn't what she sang when she put me to sleep at night. That was the Prisoner song because of course it was. But that was also my request because I heard it once from her and I made her sing it every night. But the inside of this little music box, and it's this cute little like 3-inch by 2-inch by 2-inch, music box with a little crank on the side that you have to crank it to make it play. It says, and I'm probably gonna cry again. I hope you believe in yourself as much as I believe in you. In a world full of roses, be a sunflower. Keep your face to the sunshine, and you cannot see the shadows. Don't be afraid of being different. Remember, you're braver than you think, stronger than you seem, and loved more than you know. I can't promise to be here for the rest of your life, but I can promise to love you for the rest of mine. Love, Mom. And she was so delighted that I was crying when I was reading it. And because it was Mother's Day, I shut my mouth and I let her enjoy the emotion and whatever. And I didn't have the heart to say the whole reason I'm crying is because that's just not true. It's just not. I know it, she knows it, but okay, for today, I'll pretend with you. I'll pretend that that's true. Because my mother's always going to be her first. My son is back. Okay. Okay, I'm still live, just so you know, and not muted. So make sure you lock that door, okay? I don't know. Didn't sound like it. Oh, God. Sorry, Gutter. The music box doesn't play the Scotsman. Nope. Nope. Wait, I gotta go back. Amber, that's super funny. Just thank goodness there's no snort counter today. Snort. I sing that to my grandkids. Aw, honey. I love that song. I used to sing that to my kids, but Connor, he loved that song, but he didn't like the melody. So he used to make me change the melody, which is really hard to do sometimes. And the funny part is he'd be like, can you do it with an accent? Because he liked me doing it with like a more southern kind of feel to it. So I'd have to do like my country accent and sing it that way. And that's the way he would, and he just snuggle in. But yeah, I do love that song. I remember my grandmother used to sing the whole thing, all the verses. And I was like, how does she because we didn't have internet. So it's like, how does she even know these? Like, where's she getting these verses from? I never heard this part. Most people sing like, the chorus or refrain or whatever part that is. But she knew like all the verses. That's beautiful. It was a really nice, it was a nice gesture on her part. And I do love the music box. I really do. It's just, coming from my mother, I take everything with the pound of salt. Yeah, so she left and then I was all messed up. And yeah, luckily I have winning and he got me out of that. So don't make me snort when I'm crying. Snort, cry. I mean, that's what we do. Not funny. I mean, everything's a little funny, even the dark stuff. One of the things that was bugging me, well, all right, so let me finish. So Monday, I woke up, I couldn't do it. I tried, guys. I did. I didn't reschedule the show until like 8:30 in the morning because I was just like, I can't do it. I couldn't open my eyes. I was like, there's no way I can take my own voice for hours. There was just no way. So I was like, you know what? They'll forgive me. And then like I went to Winning's show Monday night, and luckily like Wolfram was there to do the modding because I couldn't speak, couldn't type. I was just, everything was just like nails down a chalkboard to me, like at super high volume. Sometimes I sound like an ambulance, not gonna lie. You're funny. And on Tuesday I felt a bit better. I did. I felt a bit better. I watched some TV I watched some TV shows. And I just kind of let myself get lost for the day. Like I just gave myself permission to just not care about anything and just, just do me. So that was yesterday. In the afternoon, I get a phone call from my mother. What are you doing? I was like, oh my God. I was about to take a nap. She was like, well, don't. Oh, why? She was like, I'm at Ringside. And Ringside is this sports bar that's in like this really the worst industrial area of Jersey City. It's in an old warehouse that they converted into this real cheap, but comfortable bar. And they have like all the TV screens all over the place, but they don't use glassware. They don't use dishes. They don't use like any kind of silverware. They literally put their drinks, of which they have very limited amount, in these food containers. The big deli containers, the plastic ones. They're like a big cylinder. They got that real tight lid on top that's pretty much waterproof, like it's spill proof. They give you those. That's full of whatever drink you ordered, which is usually a frozen drink. Yeah. And they have basic like just bar food. And it's always like to go. Like even if you're eating it there, they still put it in the friggin' tin container and here you go. So she was like, I'm at Ringside. Now I haven't had a drink since 2018. Just because I don't like to drink alone, and I've pretty much been doing that. So she was like, I'm gonna get you a drink. What do you want? And she was like, I have a bet going with my husband. Do you want a drink? I was like, yeah, of course. From Ringside, of course. And she was like, all right. So then she won $20 with that. She said, now here's the thing. Do you want what do you want? Like, and I was like, oh, I was like, I could go for either a strawberry daiquiri, a strawberry margarita, or a pina colada. And she was like, what about a Bahama Mama? I was like, ew, never. Like, you know, those give me headaches. And all I hear is, God damn it. I was like, what happened? She said he just lost another $20 because he swore you were going to get a Bahama Mama. I was like, no. She was like, all right, so which one do you want? I said, Ma, we got a choice. It's either rum, tequila, or more rum. And she was like, well, which is it? I was like, I don't care. You decide and I'll drink whatever the fuck you send back. I was like, by the way, my kids want hamburgers and french fries and so do I. And she's like, oh, fine, I'll get you food. So my son goes downstairs, he brings everything up. I take this giant container out because it's not like you know what they are. They're the Chinese food containers that you get the soup in. And so you either get like the pint or the quart. Oh, this is a quart of alcohol. And yes, it's frozen, but they're really strong drinks. And she sent me a strawberry daiquiri, which I was like, oh, thank God, no tequila, because I'm mean on tequila. Like, I'm happy, but I'll punch you in the face, and I'll still be happy, but I'll still punch you in the face. On rum, I'm just happy and horny, like bad. But anyway, so I take this thing out. My son's looking at it like, what the hell? I was like, this is the drink. You want some? And he was like, you're offering, you're 17. I was like, oh, shut up. I was like, it's one sip, so you know what it tastes like. He was like, well, what flavor is it? I was like, strawberry. So I mixed it up really good, and I like put the straw toward the top so it was less alcohol. And he just took one sip, and he was like, yeah, I don't like drinking. I was like, thank God. He doesn't like drinking. He doesn't like smoking. He doesn't like the smell of marijuana. He doesn't like any of that. He was like, yeah, none of that is for me. He was like, I don't think I'm going to be that guy. He was like, I'll probably be the guy that hangs out with his drunk friends and acts like them, but I don't have to be drunk to be like that. I was like, yep, I could see that. Because I'm the person who's drunk by association. Honestly, drunk by association. It's so weird. If you're drunk, I will start acting drunk. And I'm not putting on an act. It literally makes me feel like I'm drunk. So like I said, I'm a very cheap date. I also don't drink a lot. I never drink to where I'm fall down drunk. I did that, in my teen years. But after that, not so much. Jazzy said, I only snort cry when someone is trying to cheer me up. Aw, that's adorable. Make sure you hit that like. Yes, hit that like button like it owes you money. Where's the money, Gary? Anyway, sorry, I'm that guy. I know. I can tell you're a wild one. But I'm not big on loss of self-control when it comes to me. Because I know what I'm capable of. So I keep a very tight rein on myself. I'll deal with a bunch of drunk people. Drunk people don't bother me. Like, I've escorted so many teachers home and like taken them to my house till they sober up and all that. Wild me? No. Oh no, not you. Anyway. Yeah, no, I don't like losing control like that. So I was like, I'm like, it's 3:30 in the fucking afternoon. How am I going to drink all this goddamn rum? And then it started like separating. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to watch this. So I watched and watched. Oh my God, how much liquor is in that? So I took like, I don't know, 3 or 4 like really big draws on the straw. And I looked and I was like, yeah, that was at least a shot. I was like, God damn it. I wasn't meant to like, I didn't mean to drink that much, but I was just like, it was only a little. But for me, after not drinking for like, 6 years, it hit me like a freight train. And when he calls me, I'm like, hi. He was like, hi. Like, what the hell? And then, of course, he was like, wait a minute, you were going to drink tequila? Why would you do that? Because I've already forewarned him, I am not pleasant. Nope, not on tequila. I mean, when I drink regular, I'm fine. I'm funny and I'm affectionate. I just tend to wander. Um, because all of a sudden I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to be here. And I just leave. I don't tell anybody. I just leave. And then I go for a walk. And I tend to walk up to people and be like, hey, who are you? How are you? I live here. You want to come home? Like, let's go have coffee. Let's do this. I just love everybody. But on tequila, I love everybody until they aggravate me or I think they're like lying or whatever. And I'll literally punch them in the face. An Irish goodbye. I mean, that's, it's the way it is. But yeah, it was funny because I told my son, I said, do me a favor, put this in the freezer. I was like, I'll have it another time. Because what also came in the mail that day were edibles. And they were edibles with this other thing in them from Cheech and Chong. They're called cosmic edibles. They have kratom in it or whatever, and THC. And they're the most bitter tasting gummies ever. I literally can't. I'm going to have to like roll them in sugar or something. Or I'm going to have to melt them all down and like add gummies to them and like change the flavor because I can't with it. It's so bitter. I'm literally like trying to eat them like it's, oh God. And the taste is so strong. It stays with you. And I was just like, I ate half of one and then I drank. So I don't even know what the hell I did yesterday afternoon. I know I talked to Winning for a long time. I don't remember what the fuck I said. I know I was like, because I couldn't shut the fuck up. Could not shut the fuck up. So that was fun. But that led me to like all these different things. I was watching all these weird videos and something occurred to me. How many of you know people with really weirdly spelled names? Because that's a thing now, apparently. I was watching a video and like, I hate when people like take liberties with spelling, especially for names, because it makes life like a complete nightmare. When you're trying to look for something personalized. So like my name is Michelle, but my mother, not knowing how to spell and, apparently like high on the drugs that they gave her after she gave birth, named me Michelle with one L. So instead of Michelle, it's Michele, which means I can't buy anything. Can people please just spell names regularly? I mean, that's my thing. Like, it's a pain in the ass. So like, I personally, that pisses me off when people do that. Then like I have a niece, Lisette, and my sister actually spelled it correctly. She spelled it Lisette. And I was watching this court thing because, of course, when you're, drunk and on edibles, you watch weird shit. So I was watching like disastrous court cases and all this kind of stuff. And this lady's name and like mugshot comes up and they said her name is Lisette. So, I mean, that caught my attention because my niece is Lisette. And I was like, oh, I know it's Lisette. And then I looked and I was like, what the fuck? That's not Lisette. That's Lisette. Licette. Why would you name your child Lice in any way, shape, or form? I get it was probably foreign or whatever, but don't do that. Don't do it. My sister, instead, she has my one niece, Lisette, which she named correctly. And then she has my other niece, Isis, which you would think would be Isis. No. She named her Icez. Ices. So I call her lemon ice. I call her cherry ice. My sister gets pissed off all the time. I'm like, well, then you should have named her right. She's named after a goddess. That's not how they fucking spell it, bitch. It's not. If you friggin' stayed in school beyond 7th grade, you'd know that, but whatever. It's just, it aggravates me so bad. Then I have my other sister who came up with this weird freaking name. I think it's a clothing brand. Enichi. So it's spelled Enyce, but she pronounces it Enichi. That's not what that spells. That says nice. That's what that says to me. A nice. So that's what I call her. Yeah, Amber. Ices. That's what she named. ICEZ. Like lemon ices, frozen ices, that kind of thing. Yeah. That's what she named my niece because my sister's, a twat waffle. And then the other one named the other kid Enice, but calls her Inichi. I had kids in my class. This one kid, XMER. Now you would think, how do you say that? Exmer, right? X-ray, Exmer. No, what was his name? Zamir. Shut up. Shut up. Now I've heard of Inez, but not Isis. Inez is like, it's at least a Spanish name or a Mexican name. But Isis? You're naming her after the Egyptian goddess. That's not how they spelled it, bitch. But there are some names that are really like, the parents take it too far. They're spelled correctly, but for some reason they raise their kid to pronounce it differently. I had a kid in my class named Sincere. That's how you spelled it. Sincere. And he was very upset when I said, is Sincere here on the first day? He said, excuse me, my name is Sincere. I was like, were you born here? Yeah. Was your mom born here? Yeah. Was your dad born here? Yeah. You're Sincere. And he was just like, my mommy said it's Sincere. I said, she can say whatever she wants. I'll pronounce it like that, but whatever. Like, I can't. And I met a guy in college that when he introduced himself, like he had a name tag on because he had come out of work and it said Bartholomew. And I was like, you don't meet a lot of Bartholomews. He said, excuse me, my name is Bartolome. I was like, oh, you're gay? I get it. Like, like that was it. It was terrible. Like, why do you do that? So that's my little tidbit on the names thing. I was just wondering if any of you have any examples of that, because that really gets on my nerves. It really, really, really does. Oh my God. Connor, I'm not watching that right now. I mean, I'm busy. Oh, jeez. God, my son's sending me to some weird thing. I can't. I don't know if you guys are gonna wait 1 second. I'm gonna play you a little song while I look. All right, so my son sent me this thing that says shithead meme. And this kid's going through the roster. Why won't it play now? God damn it. The kid's name is Shithead. Shatheed. Could you imagine naming your kid Shatheed and you spell it shithead? Unfucking believable. But yeah, thank you, Connor. Now leave me alone. He's got me going all weird. Bartolome, not Bartholomew, Bartolome. I'm like, he said that. I was like, oh, like first thing I said was, oh, you're so precious, because that's how I felt. Like, are you kidding me right now? It's like, I can't even like make up what else my name would sound like. What, like Mikhel? Okay. Mikhel. All right. Fine. I'm Mikhel. My sister and I used to call our kids shithead. I mean, shithead, yeah, but not Shatheed. I'd rather just call them, shithead. I made my daughter's middle name Zoe instead of Zoe just because I didn't want it to be Zoe and get rid of the E. Help my brain. Oh, goodness gracious. That's funny. Yeah, because Zoe, I would pronounce it Zoe. That's actually smart. So just Zoe. Yeah, there you go. That's actually really good. The English language has gone to hell in a handbasket. Yeah, people don't care anymore. They're just naming these kids, and I know y'all have come across like these like 4 and 5-year-old little girls and everything, and their mother names them something weird. And you're like, oh, mommy's planning on you being a stripper from early. Like, because she already gave you your stage name. It's supposed to be a stage name, not your actual name. A lot of them have stripper names. I don't get it. Like, why would you name these kids these weird ass things? They have to grow up and be professionals one day. You know what kind of professional she's going to be? Not the kind you were hoping for. Nope. Not the kind that'll buy a house, just the kind that, just goes house to house. So they didn't hear the bad word. Oh, you called them Shafid. That's funny. Ranks up there with the boy named Sue, gonna make you tough or die. I love that song. I really do. Listen, a lot of strippers take the name Amber. No, that's porn stars. Porn stars have the name Amber. Get it right. There's a difference between, the pole and film. Look at Amber Heard. God, that whole trial had to piss you off. Listen, Amber, would you rather be associated with porn stars or strippers? Strippers are very low rank. At least porn stars can have a career. Strippers, they're doing it for dollars. Porn stars are doing it for like big bucks. Speaking of porn stars, that's part of what we're going to get into today. So, and I don't mean, having a career in it, because I'm way too shy for that shit. It was hilarious seeing my son spell his friend's name, which is Hezekiah. It definitely wasn't spelled like I just spelled it. He was adamant that his name had A-Y. I said, no way. That it had a Y. Where are you going to put Hezekiah? I guess K-Y-A? I guess. Instead of I-A, it would be Y-A? Got a birthday invitation, and he was right. Damn. Well, I'm still unemployed, so maybe I do have a future. There you go. Bow, chicka, bow, bow. Hey, we know some. Well, I know a couple people in the porn industry. Could always hook you up, girl. But yeah, no. Go knock on Have Fun's door. Be like, hey, I need your old contacts. Oh God, forgive me. I shouldn't speak ill of the retarded, but whatever. I have known my Dijonais and Shaniquas and Havarius. Javarius or Havarius? See, I made that real Spanish. Same mother that showed up in a crop top for Mother's Day and almost hitting 300 pounds. Isn't that lovely? Well, she figured there'd be butter and she'd bring the rolls. Oh, that was mean. I am so sorry. But it's still fucking funny. I see a J and I think why. Exactly. That's how you can tell like what kind of ethnicities you've grown up around. Because like I have a friend, Yesenia, who spells her name with a J. And it's just like, they're like, how do you always spell it right? Because she's like, oh my God, you're the only one that spells it right. Because they all spell it with a Y. And I'm like, no, I get it. Like, I knew. I knew. Shame is what we're bringing back today. I know. Shame is what we're bringing back today. I hope so. I really do. Because I really think we need a big dose of shame. There are different kinds of shame. Like there's shame you inflict on other people, which is not cool. But there's the shame that I think occurs naturally. No, she's what you call it? She's, I forget what kind of Hispanic, what country she's from. But they're Their J's and Y's are way different than regular Spanish. But no, she's not German. I got butter. Shame. That's one of my favorite parts in Game of Thrones when she's doing that walk and they're like, shame, shame. I'm like, ring that bell, bitch. God. I would totally be that one laughing behind her going, shame. Shame, clank, clank, clang, shame, clank, clank, clang. Because, sometimes it's fun. I totally derailed. God, my head is so not where it should be. It's the lack of sleep, guys. It really is. And the fact that I'm literally just like right on top of chat. Not top. If she has some German in her, I couldn't see it. That's funny. What was it? Oh, my mother wanted me to name my son. She was giving me all different names. And she was looking through like this book of baby names when I was pregnant. And she was like, oh, I got the perfect name for him if he's a boy. And I was like, what? And she spelled it out. And I was like, Ma, do you know? She goes, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it looks really nice. And I was like, say it with me, Ma. Jehoshaphat. And she was like, oh my God, is that how you say it? She's like, why do I know that name? I like that. I was like, Ma, jumping Jehoshaphat. And she was like, oh my God. I was like, yeah, I'm not naming my son that. I was like, just forget it. When I named him, I did not take into account my mother's accent. Because y'all think I have a Jersey accent. I don't have nearly as much of one as my mother. She's hardcore Jersey. She's never lived outside Jersey. She is all North Jersey. Yes. Happy hump day. Just stopping by to hit the like and interact with chat. Oh, well, fuck me then. Damn. What? I have been derailed. The main track is miles that way. I know. It doesn't matter. I'll find my way back to the track at some point. So yeah, she I couldn't believe she was like jumping Jehoshaphat. I was like, I am not naming my son that. It's not gonna fucking happen, woman. Like, I just can't with her. I just the shit she comes up with. What was the funny name of the crazy lady babies in the office? Astrid? What'd she call it? Astrid? Astrid? Like, first of all, never name your child anything that starts with ass, because that's where everybody's going to stop. All through grammar school, middle school, high school, they're going to be ass something. So it's like, don't do it. Just don't. Yeah, I don't remember what I was saying. I was saying I got derailed, and then, of course, I derailed myself even more. But what was I gonna say? Oh, my mother. Yes, Shelly, Astrid sounding with funny spell. Yeah, that's weird. Astrid. Like that's somebody who wanted to spell it phonetically, I guess. The middle name made it weird. Amy Schumer. Oh my goodness. Okay. No, but my mother, my son's name. So I named my son Connor. Connor McLeod of the Clan McLeod. Connor, the destroyer from Angel, the vampire series. The Connor family. Whatchamacallit? John Connor from the Terminator. Like, so many Connors that I really enjoyed. And I love the name. And so I named him that. And the first time I heard my mother say his name, calling him, was when he was about 2. And she was like, come here, baby. Come here. Kana. And I went, oh, no. So when she calls him, she's like, Kana. And I'm like, oh, my God. And he just looks at me. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. And he's like, why did she say my name like that? I don't know. Kana, come here. Kana, come here. Like, it's terrible. And I always tell her, just call him something else. Just make up a nickname or something. Because you're making me hate it. I hate when she says his name. It's horrible. Oh my God. It's like sandpaper on my eardrums. Middle names are dumb. My middle name is Dawn. I'm Michelle Dawn. Michelle Dawn Catherine, to be exact. Because, confirmation names, they matter. None of my names actually, I don't think any of them are really like me. I have no idea. I wanted to name my oldest son Javier and call him Javi, but my ex-husband's family are so country they couldn't say. Oh no. My son's father, we call him Eddie, right? Eddie. Do you know until I knew him like 5 years, so I guess I was like 20. I didn't know what his full name was. And his mother got real pissed at him one day and she screamed at him and she said, Heriberto. And I was like, who's she talking to? He was like, me. I was like, wait, what's your name? He was like, Heriberto. I was like, your name is Herbert? Really? He was like, no, everybody calls me Eddie. I was like, that's because it's Heriberto. I said, so they just, they kind of Americanized it into a small little nickname. But when I was pregnant with, I never stopped giving him shit about that. I'm like the only person that calls him Heriberto, because I know it aggravates him. And then I was pregnant with Connor and I was asking him just to be nice, like if he had any names that, he wanted to, throw at me and see if I like them. And he was like, I want to name him after my father. And I was like, one, I'm not going to agree to that right off the cuff. Two, I don't know your father's name. He was like, oh, well, they used to call him, I forget what the fuck they called him. But his name is Gilberto. And I said, if you think I'm naming my son Gilbert, you got fucking rocks in your head. And he was like, it's a great name. I said, good, go have a son with somebody else who's, not as white as me and have her name it that. I was like, I'm not naming my son Gilbert. Like, it's not going to happen. Oh, Gilberto. Like, no. And that's too much effort for me to yell. How am I going to yell? Gilberto. Like, I'm not Spanish. It sounds stupid. It sounds dumb. And it takes way too much effort to yell that name out to somebody when you're trying to reprimand them. So Connor it was. I almost named him Cassius though, because I loved Cassius Clay. Muhammad Ali, loved him. I also almost named him Lucius because I was in my Harry Potter phase. So he almost had that name. But instead I went for the Irish name for the kid that's half Puerto Rican, half Italian. Because that's what I do. Why wouldn't I? I like to make people go, you named him what? Hey, cool gamer, what's up? I'm not disappointed with it, Amber. Thank you. Social Security office problems. Probably hates my middle name. Oh. Yeah, I have a bunch of problems with friggin' Social Security right now. People I know with that name go by Bito. By Bito? We have Bitos, but they're Bito. We have a lot of Bitos and Titos around here. I love when people's like, Tito. I'm like, no. What? I actually dated a guy named Tito, and my friend Zuma was like, what's his name? I said, Tito. And she was like, what? I was like, Tito. And no, his real name. That's just a nickname. I was like, no, bitch. Like, I've seen his driver's license. That is his name. And she, why? I was like, I don't know. She was like, that's like the end of a name. She was like, that's not a whole name. Last said, my sister's middle name is Faye. Oh, that's pretty though. Like Faye Dunaway. And when we were little, I would tell her my parents, who are Spanish, named her that because she's fea. Which is ugly in Spanish. That's all right. Until I hit high school, I didn't understand why they used to call like my friend Rosemary's little brother Gordo. Because I didn't know what it meant. I knew it was a Spanish word. I just thought it was a Spanish name. So I used to call him that too. He'd get all upset every time I said it. I didn't know the kid's name was Angel. And they just used to call him Gordo because he was so fat. And of course, I get to high school and I take Spanish and I'm like, oh, that's why I hurt his feelings. Damn it. I was like, all right. But yeah, Fea, Feo, Wapple, Handsome. Like, it's all the fucking names. Too close to Pito for a name. Bito. Bito. We have a lot of them. So you have to like, see, we have a lot of the same names around here. So people get descriptors put with their names. So it's like, Fat Bito. It's like Jailhouse Bito. It's DJ Tito, or it's like the Mexican Tito, or, Puerto Rican Tito, or shit like that. They all get their little descriptors. They just call me Mitch the Psycho Bitch. It's a thing. Whatever. Or fucking Bubbles. Bubbles! They're like, because you're just so bubbly all the time. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They didn't name that. They didn't name me that for like my personality. I mean, some of them thought that. But the dude that gave me that name was like, he goes, no, you got that like nice apple bubble butt. That was great. Thanks. He was like, you got way too much ass for a white girl. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. And of course, he was Puerto Rican. Miguel be the first one to tell you, Shell's got the junk in the trunk. That's what we like. He pissed his wife off when he said that. I was like, oh, you fucking idiot. Why would you say that? Like, why? I was willing to take it on the chin just to keep the peace. And you come out with, Shell's got a lot of junk in her trunk, Puerto Ricans like that. She's like, why don't you just go fuck her then? I was like, oh, good God. I was like, if these people are staying at my house for 4 days. I had so much alcohol when they were here, y'all. I couldn't. I was drunk the whole time. Not like fall down drunk, but drunk enough that I didn't want to kill them. I was like, just keep the tequila away. It was purely just vodka and rum the whole friggin' 4 days. Oh snap, when Taco Bell added gorditas to the menu. I told my sister they named something after her at Taco Bell. Bitch. Oh, ladies, sometimes I swear we share a brain because that would be exactly what I would have done. I literally didn't know that ink was a slur until I was like 22. I know. I didn't know a lot of things were slurs until I was older. Because in my house, they were just part of conversation. I thought that's what they were actually called. Yeah, I was very upset when I found out, like, oh my God, I've been like, I'm not racist, but I've been talking racist like for how long? And nobody told me. I just didn't know. Because your siblings told you had those kind of eyes growing up. I know. Lady Awesome said, I'm obviously older than my sister. I mean, obviously, because you got to tease the shit out of her. Hey, Ellie. Nothing. We were talking about names. You know what's funny, Ellie? Like, I literally just in this moment realized that you and my sister have the same name. Only hers is Ellie. Although I'm the only one that spells it that way. But she's Elizabeth. And I always call her Ellie. We all call her Ellie. I don't know why. Until this moment, I did not make that connection. Weird. But yeah, we're talking about weird spellings and names and pronunciations and why people do this to their children. Like, why, when you went through 9 months of like making this child and making sure they're good and, nurtured and healthy, and then you go and give them a stripper name. What is wrong with you? Like, don't name your child Candy. Like, or Storm, or like Rainbow. And I know a girl named Harmony. And I'm like, really? Really? Your mother just wanted you to be hippy dippy? Like, is that what she's looking for? Because why would she do that to you? Amber L said I was the little sister. See, I was the only one, and then I was the oldest one of a brood. that, because they're all my mother's stepchildren, but they all came in at once. And it was just like, I was still the oldest and they were babies. So I got to really torture my sisters. It was great. You just missed me calling my sister ugly and fat. Fea gorda. Gordita. That's on fire. I'm so happy. Well, one of the things, Ellie's here so we can jump into the whole shame and guilt thing. So aside, like the names, that's just another part of this, because obviously these people think that they can be like creative. They're not thinking ahead that this child can't buy anything personalized. They can't buy anything personalized because nobody's going to have that spelling. Although now everything's custom made. But I mean, when I was growing up, everything hung on like those stands right before the cashier. And I'd stand there going through keychains and all that. And they never had my friggin' name, only with 2 L's. And I was like, that's not how we spell it. It was like, oh, you spell your name wrong. There are multiple spellings. They're like, no, you spell it wrong. It's not like I popped out of the womb and said, hey, my name is Michle. No, that was my mother. Go blame her. Like, it's not my fault. Just like it's not my fault that she pronounces my son's name Kana. I can't. Like, and I know it drives him crazy. It drives me insane when my mother says his name. But I didn't think ahead because I say it normal. I say Connor. Connor, Bobanner, Fonana, Fana, Fofaner, me, my Momanner. Connor. I've always like put his name to a song or whatever. The little bicycle license plates, right? Never had your name. I feel you. I do. I feel you. I was never able to get one. Now I just have one that says Connor's mom. Part of my name is in all 3 of my daughter's names. Yeah, I did that too. For Katie, I named her Catherine Ann because my mother's name is Mary Ann. My grandmother, her mother was Catherine. Her mother was Anna. My grandfather's mother's name was Mary, but her name was Mary and then Ann. My mother's is together and not spelled normally either. And then me, I have Catherine as my confirmation name. So my daughter is Catherine and she covers everybody. My son was supposed to be Thomas Anthony. I had that picked out since I was 3. It covered my grandfather, my uncle, and daddy. All of them had either Thomas or Anthony in their name, including my great grandfathers. Because you had Joseph Anthony and you had Domenico Anthony. So he was going to be Thomas Anthony. And then I became friends with Tommy. And then I dated Tommy. And then I was, best friends with him. But everybody knew like my relationship with Tommy, like the way of it, that we were just fuck buddies. And, we were just best friends and fuck buddies. And so when I got pregnant, I was like, damn it, I can't give him that name. Because I was like, everybody's going to think, because I thought it was so disrespectful to Eddie, because I didn't want to give his son my ex's name, even though that wasn't why I was giving him that name, but everybody would have thought it was. They would have been like, oh my God, she's so fucked up. She named him after her ex. Oh, that guy's cucked, whatever. And I didn't want to do that. So I had to come up with another name. So Connor is Connor Anthony. And I like that name because his initials are CAC, whereas Katie's initials are Cat. But both my kids have the first 2 initials are CA. You have Catherine Ann and Connor Anthony. I know. I told you I got this thing for alliteration and patterns. It's weird. Ellie is a cute name, but that's not my name. I know, but the thing is, you do remind me quite a bit about her, like all the good parts of my sister that I really miss because she's apparently given them up and just went dark side. But It is nice. It's cute. You get that fire that she used to have. Because she'd say something and everybody'd be like, who cares about your opinion? I'd be like, I do. And nobody would argue after that. And it's the same thing with you. It's like, you got an opinion? Let me hear it. I want to hear it. Lydia triggered. I'm ugly. Oh no. Shut up. You are not. Oh, I love you, Ellie. Stop it. You all know that just means that my phone is more familiar with the word naked and not name. Wait, what? I missed something. Okay, so sorry, mine is kind of easy. Yeah, I know your name is easy. Like porn stars. But no. I mean, you're the one that said easy. I like back when women naked kids after them. Ah, okay, named kids after them. That's fucking hilarious. What the fuck? That was hilarious. I'm sorry I missed it the first time. Oh my goodness. Lady hate trigger. Yeah, that's like my phone doesn't, it no longer puts like what the duck, because it's like, no, we know you now. We're fine. It just puts what the fuck. My son, I was hoping he was a girl and I was going to name him Lillian Sophia Grace. That's really pretty. I'm sure he wouldn't have appreciated it though as a boy. LSG. At least you didn't call it, well, Lillian Sophia. Lillian Sophia Dawn. This one shall be LSD. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. No, but that's really pretty. I'm on my phone. I can't tag anybody. You're good, Ellie. You're good. What have you been up to last? I mean, Lady Awesome gets up to some wild stuff. I guarantee it. I did read your comment like 10 times before your correction popped up. OMG LSG. There you go. It sounds like a old school commercial, like a radio commercial. That one from Annie, what was that? The Iodent? IOGEST. That was You're Never Fully Dressed Without a Smile. That was the beginning of that song. Y'all just trigger all the songs in my head. Anyway, back to what we were saying. I have a problem with today's society. We used to have this thing called, values, morals, ethics. You had honor. Your word. You could say my word is my bond and mean it. It meant something. All of that meant something. I don't know where that went. I mean, I grew up, I was raised by a Depression era grandmother, right? Very traditional, very old fashioned. So when I say I grew up traditional, like to be a traditional woman, I don't mean traditional based on 70s values. I mean traditional based on 1930s, 1940s values. So like, it was always very like, okay, you got to be this, you got to be that, you got to be that. Like I was supposed to be like very chaste. I was supposed to be very quiet and reserved. And I was supposed to be, very, very, very Catholic and always nurturing, like the devoted wife and the doting mother and the supportive sister and the, like the grateful daughter. Like I was supposed to be all of these things. And I was raised that way. So I was ready. I was good. I was a good girl. I was obedient. I did what I was told. I didn't talk out of place. There were moments where my real personality came through, but I mean, I could do all those things. That's how I just learned how to be. That's what made everybody happy around me. And it's what made things run better. So I used to do that, and then I did the one thing I wasn't supposed to do, which was date outside the Italians. And I paid for it because he didn't grow up the same way I did. So he didn't have this huge expectation of like chastity and virginity and all that. Like I was supposed to be innocent and I was supposed to be untouched and naive, and my husband, whoever that would wind up being, would get to pretty much, you know, start out with a blank slate. Like I was a blank slate. And so it would be easier for us to align, you know, because I would know what he knows. I get that this is a very backwards kind of like notion or whatever to a lot of people now. But again, like I said, 30s and 40s, the 1930s and 40s, that was what I was taught. So I had different things coming from different people. I had role models that were not doing this. And yet I grew up with these types of values. I was raised with my bond being my word. Absolutely. I don't make promises I can't keep. I refuse. Shelly is liking chat to I know. Whatever. I fear God more than other people's opinions of me, hence my brutal honesty. I do try to be as kind as possible, but sometimes you just got to be mean. And sometimes you just want to be mean because people piss you off. I'm like that. I would love to be kind all the time. I tell my kids, what's the one thing? If you can't do anything in life, at least be kind. Like, be a good human. I don't like my success as a parent, your success as, you know, a human, to me is based on how kind you are, not how good you are, because everybody's going to fuck up, but how kind you are when it matters. You know, it shouldn't be something that you turn on and off. Just be kind all the time. Stand up for yourself. Don't take no shit from nobody, but be kind, especially to the people that you know other people are not kind to. Like, try to look at them and be like, you know what? I'm not going to be like everybody else because I'm not going to jump on that bandwagon. But yeah, when you got to be mean, you got to be mean. Sometimes it just feels good because you're feeling petty. Fuck it. Like, if it's not going to really hurt anybody, but it's, you know, I can get petty. Girl. I can be so petty and vindictive, but I choose not to be. See, that I think matters more. When you have the capability of being like that one that could just destroy somebody's whole day and ego, and you don't, I think that matters more than anything else, really, because you're choosing to be the better version of yourself. You know, and that takes effort, and it takes training. You know, you got to train yourself sometimes to bite your tongue. I don't see it as weakness when people are like, why didn't you say anything? Because it didn't serve a purpose to say anything. I'm not engaging. I'm not feed into that. It doesn't matter enough to me for me to stir up the hornet's nest. It's just, I just let it go. Listen, I'm not even Italian or Catholic, and I'm like this. Why? I don't know, honey, because you're a good person, and usually good people feel things like that. Yeah, my mom didn't like that I was into white guys. Not even though she's half white, her father was adopted into a Mexican family, so he had blonde hair, blue eyes, and spoke Spanish. So it made no sense. It made no sense. Kind of like my son, who has the Irish first name and a Spanish last name, but looks like he's Irish. He really does look like he's Irish, but yet he's like full Italian and Puerto Rican. Well, I mean, there's some the Tanao Indian in him, but yeah, no, I mean, you look at him and you're like, oh, he's definitely Irish. I'm like, yeah, no, he's not. There's not a drop of Irish in him. Like, you have no Irish in you? Not today. Nope. Not today. Not for a very long time, too. And not often, or, well, for long, because he was a quick shot. That's what you call a hair trigger. Because you're being the better person. I love that. Absolutely. If you choose to be the better version of yourself when you're faced with a choice, and you always have a choice, and you go with being the better person, I think you should be remarkably proud of yourself. have an Irish in me. The only thing I'll have Irish in me anytime soon is like Irish coffee. That's about it. Fucking redheads do me in. I can't mess with redheads. But like I was saying, yeah, I was raised super Catholic. I was raised to be a homemaker. That was my dream. Like that was the American dream, right? To have a family unit, to have like, be in a good community, to give back to the community, be part of the community. Like we had all these like ideals. I grew up that way. I grew up thinking, women are women, men are men. There was never any confusion for me. I thought, well, I was taught when you got married, it was for life. Other than having your life or your children's lives put in danger, you could work through it. So you didn't get divorced. When my mother got divorced, I was, oh my God, every teacher I had made an issue out of it. Your parents are divorced? Because people just didn't do that at that point. And especially not here. And I was like, yeah. Oh my God, no wonder why you're always so into books and everything. And they would talk about me like I wasn't even there. And talking about, oh, she's so shy. She's so withdrawn. Because I didn't talk. I didn't. I had my moments of smartassery because I'm still me. But for the most part, I shut up and just did my work and I worked ahead and I was bored. But I didn't like talking to other people because I didn't have the things that they had. My mother was not hip. She wasn't super pretty. She wasn't stylish and whatever. She worked hard. All these other mothers were like these, rich frou-frou mothers that, they had different hair color every week. They were always at the beauty salon and they had their little coffee clutches. And their kids were the same little shits that they were, but just smaller. I couldn't deal with that. I couldn't deal with the little like cheerleader personality. I was a cheerleader and I couldn't do it because they're all like, that smile hurts my face. How do you like smile like that so big? And no, you look like you're in pain. And it just felt silly to me. So that didn't work out. But everybody, like every girl in my class had like a cheerleader personality. They had like the blonde, long, like sleek blonde hair, and their mothers would take them to get their hair done. They'd get their nails done. They were allowed to wear like lip gloss. I wasn't allowed to do any of that shit. My mother literally put like a bowl on my head, cut my hair. It all went straight. So all my curls were gone and put these bottle cap glasses on me and was like, here you go. And we're going to make you wear the school tie, but we're going to make it small so that it like cut off my freaking air supply at my neck. And I had a round face. So it was like, I was fucked in grammar school. Like, it was like, oh, you were so cute. Yeah, not then. I didn't think that then. And nobody else did either. Like, because my family sure as shit didn't. Was I a cute kid? Yeah, I was cute. When I had my long hair, I was so pretty. So pretty. And my mother took care of that. And because I didn't want to attract any attention, though I didn't know why until later, I let her. I let her put me in those ugly ass plaid pants and the Mamadel, the Mamadel clothes, which were like meant for an old lady, but she put them on a 10-year-old. So it was like, I knew what it was to not have a lot of friends because people weren't allowed to come over to my house to hang out. And I wasn't allowed to go over to people's houses. Oh my God. Occasionally, my grandmother let me go to my friend Anna's house, and that's because it was around the corner, and her parents were greenhorns, and my grandmother knew them. Greenhorn is a just off the boat Italian who still speaks no English after being here 20 years and doesn't want to. They're the kind that eat horse and rabbit on Sunday night for dinner, which I wish somebody had told me that before I went to their house for dinner. But that's just, that's what they were like. But I didn't fit in at all. I was super brainy because I was always by myself. So all I did was learn, because I had to keep my brain active. Otherwise, I'd go crazy. I just I didn't like being bored. So I entertained myself, with music and movies and reading every book I could get my hands on, no matter what level of reading it was. You know, when they were like, oh my God, she reads Shakespeare, I didn't think it was that big a deal. I really didn't. They're like, she doesn't understand. Sure, I do. What do you mean I don't understand it? I mean, I was in like second grade reading Shakespeare and people thought I was crazy. I was like, no, but there's a rhyme to it. I mean, there's a rhythm to the words. Like, it was just like reading song lyrics to me. And I loved it. I used to just gobble up every friggin', Shakespearean story I could find. We didn't have anthologies and stuff like that. You literally had to buy each like story separate. And I loved it. I used to read them all. But again, nobody in my class did. So I couldn't talk to them about what I was reading. And if I did, they made fun of me. So it was like I tried not to show my intelligence. And the only way to do that was to be quiet. But it would bite me in the ass every year when they'd have like the award ceremony. You know how many times I got made fun of because they'd be like, oh, just stay up there because I got like all the awards because I had the top grades. I graduated valedictorian. So, I mean, yeah, I had the top grades in fucking everything. So they started doing like the highest academic achievement in this and then highest effort. So somebody else would get the friggin' award. But they were like, just stay up there. And they were like mean about it. And I was like, I can't help it. Like, what am I supposed to act dumb for you? To make you feel better about yourself? Fuck you. Study more. I had that conversation with Winning the other day. And I was like, I can't dumb it down. I can't act like I don't have a brain in my head. Like, and that's how my mother acts. She acts like she doesn't have a clue. Like, oh my God, I need my husband to help me with it. Oh, I don't understand. Let me ask my husband. And she makes him feel like a big man. But I'm like, girl, don't you have any like dignity? Because for me, that's a blow to my ego. I pride myself on my intelligence. I could not. And he was like, could you? Could you like act stupid? Like just pretend like, and I was like, no, I really couldn't. It would bother me. It would be so disingenuous. It would be so antithetical to who I am that I could never. I mean, I'm not trying to flaunt it in anybody's face or anything. I can be chill and whatever. I could use slang. I absorb people's personalities, and I usually adjust my own to flow better with them. Because again, harmony is my my ultimate goal. Just go along to get along. But yeah, I can change different parts of my personality to adapt to somebody else, to make them feel, more comfortable or whatever, to be more relatable. And it's a huge comfort to most people. But in school, I couldn't do that back then. So I just cut myself off from everybody because I felt so out of place. But like that was because I was raised that way. If you can't agree, then just be quiet and keep your opinion to yourself. That's what I was taught. Just like if you can't say something nice, don't say nothing at all. It's like, so most of the time I didn't talk because I would look at somebody and I could tell exactly who they were, but you don't want me to say nothing. So I'm just going to sit here and shut the fuck up. Like, it's fine. People don't do that anymore. They just tell you. They don't care about your feelings or whatever, which I think we kind of have to do now. Y'all haven't seen, she said, oops, did me. Yeah, you meant it. Ellie's absolutely right. You absolutely meant that. Phrasing. Being a homemaker wasn't my dream growing up. I think I'm okay with it now. See, it was always my dream. And I felt like once I lost my virginity, it didn't matter if it was my choice or not. It was gone and it wasn't coming back. And I was ruined. I had no value to a husband. So I literally just put having a husband out of my head. I was still going to have the kids by hook or by crook. I didn't give a fuck. I knew I had to be a mother. But the husband part, I was like, meh. It wasn't until I was like 22, 23 that I was like, that Billy convinced me, no, you should be somebody's wife. Like you deserve to be a wife. Why would you think that you don't? And when I told him why, he was like, okay, like this isn't like the 40s show. He was like, well, Miss Shell. He never called me Shell. It's like, it's not the 40s, Michelle. It was like, you don't have to be a virgin when you get married. No, but it'd be nice. Like, it'd be nice to be, like with that one person. That was what I wanted. And it just, that was gone. And I didn't know how to deal with it. And I had nobody to talk to. So it was like, I had to figure it out on my own. We didn't have the internet. So it was basically me just going, all right, well, then fuck it. I'll just go wild. And that's what I did. I went crazy and I did what I wanted and I, whatever. It took me a long time to get there and, a couple unaliving attempts. But at some point, I went the whole other way. I was no longer quiet. I was no longer kind. I didn't give a shit about being chaste or being reserved or shy. Everything I did was balls to the wall and let's go. Like every day of my life was, I'm going to rock out with my cock out. Like that kind of attitude. I embraced every single experience I could in life. Like I didn't shy away from anything. And a lot of it was stuff that I probably shouldn't have done. Do I regret it? No. I really don't. I really don't. I hate to say it. I look back and I feel a little bit ashamed of some of the things that I did, but then I'm like, meh. Because you can't match the shame that I felt as a kid. Like nothing will ever make me feel that ashamed. And like I said, those are two different kinds of shames. One is that dirty, like, oh my God, everybody's going to know kind of shame. And the other one is, oh my God, I hope nobody ever finds out kind of shame. So they're different, at least in my head. I'm everything I thought being. I wanted to be the career mom. I told my husband when we were married that I'd never start a home or homeschool. Apparently he took that as a challenge. No, I get it. I mean, that's all I wanted. I didn't want to go to college. I didn't want to go and get like a career. I still never got a career. I've had jobs that I've done for like a decade, but a career? No, because my career was going to be being a mom. Originally it was being a wife and mother, but then it was just being a mom. And I kind of lost those dreams of being a homemaker because I had grandma when I had my daughter. So she was the homemaker. I was fully trained, but there was no position available. So I took a lesser position. But it was something that I always wanted. And it took me a very, very long time to not be embarrassed by the fact that I wanted to be traditional. I didn't want to be, this, I don't know, crazy, like wild, never know what she's going to do kind of like embarrassment, because sometimes I'd embarrass myself. I'd say something and I'd be like, why the fuck would you say that? And I'd be like, oh, play it off like it's nothing. And then somebody would bring it up and I'd laugh it off or whatever. But inside I was like dying because I'm like, stop bringing that shit up. Like, yeah, I did it. Let it go. I'm not the only fucking one in the world that did it. I mean, there are things that I should be embarrassed about that I'm so not. I don't care because they didn't mean anything to me at the time. Do I wish I had not had as many one night stands? Yeah, maybe. Because they were a waste of time. It's not like they were good. I mean, they're experiences, but I mean, they were literally forgettable. Literally. Like, there's two, I can't even remember their goddamn names. I know I knew them. I know I knew their names. But it's literally as soon as it was done and I had them out the door, they were forgotten because they meant nothing. And that kind of like empty pursuit, it didn't do anything for me. It wasn't what I wanted. I wanted substance. I wanted to be a woman. I didn't want to be like all these relationships that I had. I always wound up being the dominant. I wound up taking on all this masculine energy from them. And that wasn't what I grew up with. So it always, like, it never fit right. And so every one of those relationships failed because they could not man up. Like they were such soy pieces of like, and the whole thing is, oh, well, you could do it. You're better at it than me. You're more capable than me. Guess what? I didn't like get out the box like that. It takes practice. How about you practice? At least try. Like impress me. Try. That impresses me when people try. It's hard to do things, for the first time. You don't want to be embarrassed. You don't want to be humiliated. So yeah, it takes bravery. Go ahead, try. That'll mean more to me than anything else you could do. But I mean, I totally get it, Ellie. Like I went the other way because once that dream seemed to like evaporate in front of me, I just didn't care about anything anymore. It was all risk all day. Everywhere I went. Like no matter what I did, it was like, oh my God, I can't believe she did that. That's why fucking Michelle, like that's why it's a saying around here, because I would do the shit nobody else would do. You guys are going to go climb White Wall. I'll go. I don't care. Oh, we're going to go race. I want to race. Like anything that I could throw myself into, I did. And I hung out with mostly guys for that reason, because I didn't understand girls. And I was very insecure around women because there were these women who were horrible people. But with my dream, they got what I had always wanted. And they were disgusting human beings. They took their husbands for granted and whatever. I wasn't like that. Like, I literally always wanted a man to call my own. Somebody that I could, I could love and create a home for. I mean, that's why I don't say I wanted to be a housewife. I didn't want to be a housewife. I wanted to be a homemaker. I wanted to build the home. I wanted everybody in my family to have a place to go where they felt accepted and loved, and they trusted us to keep them safe. I wanted a partner, but I didn't want a partner that was going to rely on me to make the decisions. I wanted somebody who would lead the family. I wanted a head of the family. I didn't want to be that person. And I always wound up being that person. And I think that's what's really messing everything up, is that we have the dynamic so skewed, and it's not our natural state of being. And part of me still feels guilty for wanting to be the little woman. Like, I don't want to be the toughie. I don't want to be the one in the relationship that everybody's afraid of. Like, if you fuck with me, I don't want you to be afraid of what I'm going to do. I want you to be like, oh no, have respect for my man and don't do that to me. Like, it's a weird, I know I'm not saying it properly, but there is a pecking order. And you got to get it right. And that the pecking order where I'm in charge doesn't work for me. It just doesn't. I've done it. I've done it for 30 years, but it doesn't make me happy. And if I'm not happy and content, I can't do as much. Like, you make me happy and I'll move mountains for you. I will do everything in my power to make sure that you are ecstatic with your life, that you are proud and you have confidence and everything. Like, if you're down on yourself, I'll make sure to lift you right back up. I wanted to provide that home. I wanted to be that, harmonious, comfy home, that place that's always warm and always welcoming. I wanted a place where, my husband could be himself and find peace. I didn't want to be that nagging woman that, my mother was. My grandmother, she never nagged. She was silent when she should have said something, and she took way more than I would ever take, but she created a home. My mother just had an apartment. It was never home. Home was where grandma was at. And everybody knew that. That's why the whole family would come over for holidays. Because that's where you wanted to be. Where you felt the best. You were content there. And all I ever wanted in a husband was somebody who was a provider, a protector, and who would give me the safety that I never had. I'm getting upset. My heart breaks knowing I never had that. But I can still hear like people I know around here who, I mean, let's face it, they're not traditional. I can anticipate how they would make fun of me for wanting that, because they all stressed individuality. You got to be strong. You got to be tough. You got to be aggressive. You don't take no shit from nobody, and don't let any man push you around. Don't let any man tell you what to do. And that didn't serve me well, following that kind of thing. I'm nobody's puppet. Nobody's ever going to control me. I do what I want. But the trick is to find somebody who wants you to do the things that you want to do, but is going to help you make decisions, not just make them for you. For me, it's okay, this is my idea. I just want to run it past you. What do you think? Now, I don't have my mind made up, but I know which way I'm leaning, like which direction I'm leaning toward. I just want a second opinion. And then I'll take in what you say, and then I'll do what I want. But I'm going to process your advice because your opinion matters to me. And that only applies to the person that I'm with, really, because other people, like, they can have their opinions. I'm not going to put much stock in it. It's nice to hear, but it's like, okay, like, and that goes in the memory bank. But the person that I'm with, their opinion matters more, because I think they would have my best interest at heart and the interest of us as a unit. Because that, to me, is the most important thing. We've forgotten. Like, as I grew up, I had kids, but I didn't always feel like we were a family. Like, my kids were my kids, but I didn't get that whole non-broken home kind of dynamic. I always felt like I was overcompensating because they got cheated. And it didn't matter. It didn't matter how hard I tried. I still always felt like I was failing them. And everybody's like, oh, but you love your kids. Yeah, but am I doing right by them? Like, they say I'm a good mother, right? They say I'm a great mother. And I'm like, okay. And yet I can't accept that. Because I'm like, you missed out on so much because of my poor decisions. That's my guilt in life. Nothing else bothers me like that. You call me any name you want, whatever. You question my parenting, it goes, you wound me to the marrow. Like, I'm so insecure about my parenting. And that's why, like, when people tell me, oh, you know what, you should, whatever, you should this, you should that. I'm like, do you have kids? No. Then don't fucking tell me how to be a parent. Just don't. However you want to raise your kids when you have them, that's great. That's you. It's your opinion. You take that and run with it. Do you? Don't you dare tell me what to do as a parent, because you don't know what it's like. They don't know what it's like to create a little human that's completely dependent on you. And you have this little life in your hands. And you're just praying you don't fuck it up. You just want them to be good people. You want them to have happiness and success. And that's all I wanted for my kids. And my kids they both had hard roads ahead of them. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I was doing it right. The difference is I cared. You see these parents out here. I see it a lot here with the single parents. They boast that they're amazing parents. Their kids are afraid of them, so they kiss their asses. Yes, mom. Yes, mom. You're the best, mom. Because they know that's the only thing that's going to keep this bitch happy. But these are like the girls I know. They still go out partying every night. You know, they have more and more kids so that the kids take care of the other kids and they don't have to. It's bizarre. I could never do that. I never pushed my kids onto somebody else. I never expected anybody else to take care of my kids. They were my responsibility. And it was my privilege to be their mother. And I took that role very seriously. You know, I couldn't be a wife because I didn't have a husband. And when I did, he wasn't much of one. So he didn't let me be the wife I wanted to be. You know, I had to be the husband, basically, which fucking sucked. You know, I was the breadwinner. I was the provider. I was the protector. I was the decision maker. And it drove me insane. I have no respect for my ex-husband for that reason. I don't care that he had erectile issues and he had a porn addiction. Like, none of that factors into why I have so little, no respect for him at all. I don't respect him because he couldn't do the job he signed up to do. You know, everybody was like, why did you stay with him so long? Because I gave my word. I took a vow. I took many vows and I took them very, very, very seriously. He broke every one of them. Like they were nothing. Promises don't matter to so many people. You know, they managed to like break up our society in a way that I had never seen coming. You know, where they broke up families and they started telling everybody, you know, encouraging people, you know, be yourself. It doesn't matter if you don't fit in. Your individuality is what matters. Do you, boo? YOLO, all that stuff. Hold on. What, Connor? You know you're a pain in my butt and I'm still alive? Yeah. No. I'm over here crying about how wonderful it is to be your mother and you're out here bothering me. Like, what the hell, Connor? By the way, I'm not muted. They can hear everything, and I'm sure they're going to give me shit about it.
I was going to say, make sure content.
Oh, thanks. I did not get anything from them yet, so it's not processed yet. All right? I will let you know. God. What a pain in my ass. And he's so me. So me. Who called me? Oh, no. Oh, that was you. Never mind. All right. He came out and hit my reset button. So let me catch up with chat since I'm way behind. Am I way behind? Well, almost a half an hour behind. My eyes are blurry though because I was crying and now they're all dried out. Do, 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 do. I'm not mad at it. No. Growing up, I never knew what I wanted to be, but I was like, I don't think I could do the whole homemaker thing. You of all people, Lady Awesome. Oh my goodness. It's so funny because you and Ellie were like, nope, nope, not me, not me. And who's doing it? You are. You both got the life I dreamed of. And believe me, I'm very happy and very, very like, oh, I wish that was me. Because my life just didn't go that way. And it probably won't. But you two, you're like the homemakiest people I know. All my girls are. It's so funny because I see that nurturing maternal, just familial side of you more than I see anything else. And yet you're all very free spirited. See, I didn't know the two things could exist as one. I didn't know they could exist in the same person. Like you had to be one or the other. But you all have managed to be yourselves and be interesting and out there and yet be amazing mothers and be amazing wives. And you have men who utterly adore you. I love that for you. I do. I absolutely love that. And y'all give me hope, which I kind of don't love, but hope springs eternal. Lady said, Ellie said, I don't regret any of it. And I wouldn't take it back. Good. You shouldn't. You have a really good life. I mean, for all the ups and downs, you have what you're meant to have. You were made for this. Maybe both of you fought it or you just had things thrown in front of you that you had to overcome to get there, but you got there. Amber L, you're still so pretty. Oh, thank you, honey. No, I'm not, but all right. I never thought I was like pretty. I always thought I was cute. I'm cute. Like a fucking baby squirrel. I'm cute. Yeah. Amber L. Okay, so now I need to learn Italian. What's one more language? Why? What did I say in Italian? I said bafangul. That's all I said. And that means go fuck yourself. In the ass, if you want to be specific. Elephant, I used to be fast paced and always on the move. Hubby also took that as a challenge. I now move at the speed of stink. I hate you so much. Your turn of phrase some days. I'm like, oh my God. It's so funny because it's something I would fucking say. Lady Awesome, yet Ellie, I wouldn't take back being a mom and getting to be at home. The stay-at-home mom is a privilege. It really is. I told you I sold everything I owned so I could spend the first 3 years home with Connor. Because I didn't get to do that with Katie. I missed out on so much because I had to work. It wasn't that I needed the money. It was that they told me, you need to work because if you're not married, you shouldn't be at home, with your kids, apparently. So I worked. I either went to school or worked from like the minute I had Katie. So I didn't get to have all that time. I didn't get to see when her first tooth came in. It happened while I was at work. And like I got to be there for her first steps because she took them for me when I actually got it on film. And yes, actual film. But I didn't get a lot of the firsts. Like I heard her first word. Was I the first one to hear it? No. But it was still her first word. She just repeated it for me. But yeah, I missed out on so much. So with Connor, I was there for every moment. And you can tell the difference between like the way I interact with Katie and the way I interact with Connor. You can tell the difference. And it didn't matter that I didn't buy a new shirt for 4 years. I didn't buy new shoes for like 2 years. Or I'd ask my mother for my birthday, can you buy me a pair of sneakers? Like, what? Because I'm like, these are all worn out and everything, and I really need sneakers. So just buy them for my birthday. Fine. Like, I sold all my movies. I sold all my jewelry. I sold all my everything. Anything I had of like real value, I sold. The only thing I didn't sell was my Salvador Dali medallion. I sold my dad's record albums, everything. I sold everything I could. And I don't miss not one of those things that I sold, but I would have missed that time with him. That was more valuable to me than anything that I owned. He'll always be more valuable to me than anything that I've ever owned or could own. And Katie too, but I didn't get to spend that time with Katie. Like I said, I didn't really have to sacrifice my stuff for Katie. I had to sacrifice my time with Katie because I was too young and I wasn't in charge. It wasn't my house. Grandma's rule was you got to go to work. Okay. You want to live here? You got to go to work. Okay. And part of me thinks she just wanted time with my kid. Like she just wanted the baby all to herself. And she's like, good, get out. Like, cause she never complained. She's like, oh, you got to go somewhere. Oh, you go, leave the baby here. God damn it. Cause wherever I went, I wanted to take her with me, but she was like, no, no, no. Amber L, I read the complete works of Shakespeare in the 5th grade. There you go. There you go. Amber, romance languages. Ah, okay. Cry havoc. And let slip the wolves. The dogs of war. I can't help it. I cry. Sheesh. There's a reason I'm a lyricist. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I make up songs all fucking day long. I never write them down. I used to have books of poetry that I wrote. Like full notebooks because I was always writing. And then I met my husband and I lost any desire to write ever again. Because he wanted it to be a competition. He was like, I'm the better writer. Once you start making it into a competition, I have no joy left. You literally suck the joy out of the one thing that I enjoy, that I love. And that was it. And I haven't really written since. I told hubby I'd never live in the country. Yet here I am. Yeah, I always wanted that. And I always get stuck in a fucking city. My favorite I won't was saying, I'm never dating a military man, especially a Marine. God has a hilarious sense of humor. Didn't you say something about he's shorter than you? Or is that last? Which one of you has the shorter husband that you were like, I swore I'd never date somebody shorter, and yet here I am. Married to one. I don't think height is a big deal. I bitch and moan about it, because I can, because I'm not with anybody like that. But when I was younger, it did matter a lot. I was like, if you can't protect me, then I don't want to be with you. Like, I have to protect you. No, I don't want that. I've had that. Like, that don't work for me. And yet, I'm probably no matter who I'm with, I'm probably gonna be the scarier individual. There's a book on Audible that someone rewrote Star Wars and New Hope in Shakespearean. It's great. Oh, I gotta write that down. I gotta look for that. Star Wars Shakespearean. I gotta look for that. Did you ever look at the Scotsman thing for that Concrete Road? That song Concrete Road? It's so funny. He does it to the tune of Country Roads by John Denver. But he talks about Jersey City and Bayonne, which are the cities that, they're like surrounding me. Bayonne is like on the other side of Jersey City, but it's close enough that it feels like it's right next to Hoboken. But Jersey City literally surrounds me on 2 of 3 sides. Because we have 4 sides. We have the water, and you have Jersey City, and Weehawken. Hoboken is just the big square, literally mile square. That's why they call it the mile square. The mile square city. I may or may not be kind of in a relationship with a guy who is legitimately a communist or even a socialist, like Really? How's that working? I mean, whatever makes you happy, but how's that working? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know your inner thoughts well enough to know if you're more traditional or I don't know what other word there is, non-traditional, I guess. Because I think that you don't really, and I'm sorry if I'm calling you out, but you're one of those people who you go, okay, this is me, but that's not what's going on in your head, and it's not how you really feel, because you're like afraid to say how you really think or feel because it might not be acceptable or whatever. So you go edgy instead of, embracing like the tenderer sides of you. I only say that because you remind me of me when you do that. Like you're like, oh God, feelings. No, two. Like, no, can't deal with them. Shake them off. Get it off me. Like cooties. Like I said, when you're tender with me, I have no defense. The way to break me down is to be nice to me. Ellie Fun, I'm everything I thought being too. And now here I am loving my life, being a stay-at-home mom and looking into homeschooling. And I used to think that parents were crazy to homeschool. No, I mean, if you can, absolutely do it. Absolutely. Because what they're teaching out there now it's not quality. It's not even factual. It's just whatever friggin' made up shit they feel like teaching. Like the math. Why did they go and make math so complicated? Oh, well, it's stupid. You're confusing these kids. It was so much easier. Well, memorization is bad. How? You have to memorize things your entire life. Train your brain early. I don't get it. Fan of Shakespeare, but not Star Wars. Oh, see, I love both. Star Trek, nope. Stargate, nope. But no Star Wars. Yes, Star Wars. To be home. There's an episode of Everybody Loves Raymond about the men deliberately doing things wrong so the women would stop asking them to do things. After that, I didn't respond well, you do it better. Yeah, but you know what? They never said, oh, here, you do it, you do it better. They just abandoned it, and I'm not that person who leaves things undone. I'm just not. If you're not doing it right, I will be like, give it to me. Because it aggravates me to sit there and watch you like do it half-ass or whatever. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to have to redo that. So rather than have to redo things, I just do them automatically. And I get that it's like, sorry, I saw the word lesbian and got sidetracked. I forgot what I was going to say. Well, it's something about like, I get that you don't want to do things or whatever. You're not really good at them. And I get that I'm taking on more responsibility than people are actually giving me. But I don't like when things are done wrong. And I don't like watching somebody struggle to do something that's going to take them 8 hours to do it half-assed. And it'll take me 2 hours to do it perfectly. And it's going to be more efficient. It's going to be more effective. And it's just going to be better. Now, is that my ego? Maybe a little bit. I'm not saying I'm great at everything, but the things that I am good at, why would I like leave that up to chance? If I know how to do it and I know how to do it better than like most people, why wouldn't I just do it? Especially for other people. For me, meh. But like for other people, for the kids in school, oh my God, I used to go all out. And they'd be like, where are you getting the end? But the kids need it. I have to do it. You don't have to do it. They can go without. Oh my God, what is wrong with you? Like, I'm not one of those, oh no, they don't need it really. No, they don't need it, but they want it. And if I can do it, why not? Amber L said, "Are you okay with being a lesbian?" Kidding, but maybe. I mean, I'm fine with lesbians. With being a lesbian, no. I can't. I can't. No. I mean, I've done the whole bisexual thing. I have no problem doing women or having women do me, but I can't give up the dick. Sorry, can't do it. Can't do it. Amber, I went to Star Wars when it came out in 77. Woohoo! Yes, me too. I was 3, and I remember it. I remember it well. That first image of the Star Destroyer just going through the, like, it just appeared, and I was like, oh my God. I know if I look at it now, it's only maybe like 10 to 20 seconds to show the entire ship, the whole Star Destroyer. But then it felt like that took an hour. I was like, oh my God, it felt like the ship was never going to end. Like it just kept going and going and going. And I was just, there was more and more and more. And it was like, oh my God. And I hate to say this because I know Wolfram's going to say phrasing, but I would sit there going, oh my God, how big is it going to get? Of course, that was also something I said as, an older person, but whatever. But no, it was, oh my God, it was jaw dropping. There was nothing like that. And unless you didn't, I guess unless you, I don't know how to say this. My words are failing me. If you grew up with special effects and stuff, it's not as impressive to you. But for us, it was the first movie of its kind like that went that far and was that good. And I'm like, yeah, people look back now, they're like, oh my God, like, look at this. And look at, like, dude, those are literal like miniatures that people had and they're like walking around. This was cinematography never done before. These are special effects never done before. And for us to be sitting there with a storyline that you could sink your teeth into and characters you cared about, it was everything. And it was just awesome in a way that actually that word actually applies. And it was just, you either loved it completely or you just hated it. There was no in between. Sorry, I didn't watch all the movies. I did watch all the movies once. All right. Wait, what'd you say? And you deserve that in return. I don't know what we're talking about, but sorry, I did watch all the movies once. That's okay. That's okay. It's not for everybody. Yeah, just the cool people. No, I'm kidding. Amber L, I tried to know what nap time is. I need to know what nap time is. What time nap time is? As soon as I hang up on this stream, I'm going to sleep because I'm exhausted. And it just wasn't for me, but I do appreciate what it did for movies. I mean, it was everything to me. And Star Trek was older than that, I'm pretty sure, but I didn't like Star Trek. I just didn't. Captain Kirk pissed me off. And it was him. It wasn't the star. I love Spock. Spock was great. What was that chick's name? Uhura? Like, they were great. Scotty, awesome. But Captain Kirk got on my fucking. I just really don't like William Shatner. I really don't. I don't like him ever in any kind of movie. The roast of William Shatner was the best ever to me because all they did was dog him and like make him feel like crap the whole time. And I loved it because I really don't like him. It's just something about him that rubs me the wrong way. And yeah, we all make mistakes as parents, which sucks. At the end, the only thing that matters is loving them and instilling love in them. My mom wasn't perfect, but she truly loved and wanted the best for me. Oh, honey, you're so sweet. And when you have that in a mom, you just know. Yep. And guess what? When you don't have that in a mom, you know. Amber Ellen, sometimes the best thing to do is just walk away to help them. Yeah. Bad parents never wonder if they're bad. You're a good mom because you're trying. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that, Ellie. Suzanne, good morning. Hey, Suze, what's up? You made me say the M word, damn it. I don't say that word. I usually just say good M. Happy hump day. Amber, hello. He's just, yeah, he's just like my kid, so impatient. Is it here yet? Is it here yet? That's why I didn't tell him until yesterday when he came out and specifically asked me what time is it. I was like, it's not going to get here before 2. Don't bother me before 2. You see what time it is? It's before 2. I should have repeated it over and over. Wolfkinder, Foghorn, Leghorn. Go away, son. You're bothering me. I swear that's where I got it from. I say. Come here. Come over here. Now, let me tell you something, boy. Is that because he was a Southern chicken? Because that's what he sounds like. You think about it, Southern fried chicken. If somebody was like, if it's not Southern fried chicken, it's just a Southern chicken, and then you get Foghorn Leghorn. Even though he's a rooster, right? He was a rooster. Wolfkinder yuppers, that's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said. Go away now, son. You're bothering me. Bahaha. I wish I have 4 sinks of dishes. Dog needs a bath, and I promised myself I would wash all the bed sheets today. Well, what'd you make a promise like that for? That was dumb. No kidding. I'm just teasing. And get ahead of the weekend. There you go. And the Christmas tree is still in the middle room. Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't think that Christmas tree is going anywhere until Christmas when it goes right back in the living room. Lady Awesome. Wow, thank you, Shelly. That's the best compliment. Took me a while to get here. I complimented you? I just told you the truth. Shut up. I did not call you. No, nothing yet. Good God, it's the worst. He's gonna freaking pop his head out every 15 minutes. I showed an old pic to my husband when we first got together and said, "Oh my God, I got so old and fat." He said, "But you're still pretty though." Oh, did you hurt him? Is he still able to walk, or is he talking like falsetto? Because oof. See that if somebody said it to like a friend of mine, I would laugh and be like, "Oh shit." But if somebody said to me, I'm like, "Wait, how dare you?" Amber, I'll just watch Grease. That's where I learned that Italian phrase. There you go. Hey, Bongu. I'm Sandra D. Let me tell you something. I was in the movie theater when I saw that movie the first time, of course, when it came out, because it came out right around the time of Star Wars. And I remember going to see it. I was with my father. And he loved like watching the musicals with me because that was like music was his thing. This is the fat bastard, not daddy. But we went and I remember it came to that part and she jumped over and said, "Hey, Bongul." And I was like, "Oh, I know what that means." And he was like, "Yes, you do." I was like, "Yes, you do. Don't tell your mother that was in this movie." I was like, okay. I was like, "She's Italian." I was so excited. I was legit so excited. Because it wasn't for a couple years that I remembered her, her name. I thought Rizzo was her first name because I was 3. So, of course, I thought that was her name. I didn't know that was her last name until I was like 6 or 7. But yeah, that's another LP that I friggin' memorized. I memorized the whole movie, the LP, everything. Ellie said, "People misunderstand sometimes. My husband knows me better than myself. I swear his theme is thou protest too much. I never thought I could go to graduate school, and he encouraged me to apply." Nice. I got in, I did it. And when I was in my undergrad, my stepdad told people when I said I was graduating, "Yeah, right." Mm-hmm. No, I get that. See, that's what I wanted. I wanted, somebody in my corner. somebody I could support who would give me equal support back, somebody who, was encouraging. And, I didn't have to be strong all the time. I could be soft. I could have needs. Because somewhere along the line, the feminist mindset, I had to take care of everybody. And I wasn't allowed to have needs. Or I was a weak woman. And if there's one thing I will never, ever be seen as, it's weak. But I always dreamt that I would have, a husband that I could be weak with, because he would be strong for me. He wouldn't see it as a flaw. He would just be proud that he could be there when I needed him, that I would turn to him and only him. See, it's the weirdest shit that makes me cry. Because it's shit that it hurts me to admit it. Because, I was raised thinking this is what you want. This is what you're trained for. You know how to behave. And then I had it ripped away and I had to relearn. And I came out this angry, oversexed, fucking aggressive kind of female. I had all the girl parts, but I acted like a dude. Marty used to shake his head at me all the time and be like, God, you're such a dude. And I would laugh and be like, yeah, don't be jealous that I'm more man than you are. Because of course I have to have a witty fucking comeback. But it hurt to hear that, because it's not who I wanted to be. But I couldn't trust anybody to the point where I could be feminine. I could be, cutesy. Instead I'd just make you cry. I'd break you. If I could break you, then you weren't the one for me. You just weren't. Because I'm complicated. I'm a complicated girl. And it was hard to admit that, because we always used to talk about like high maintenance women and low maintenance women. And my friend Vicky in real life is very high maintenance, like extremely high maintenance. She's very demanding. And I remember my husband at the time brought it up. And he was like, she's really high maintenance. I was like, yeah, I know, you got lucky. And he just looked at me and I was like, what? He goes, you don't think you're high maintenance? I was like, dude, if I was high maintenance, you wouldn't have made it in the door. And he was like, no, you're the worst kind of woman. I was like, excuse you. He was like, you're high maintenance and you think you're low maintenance. I was like, maybe you're just not man enough to do any maintenance. And because he hurt me, so I hurt him right back. There was no grace. I didn't bite my tongue. I didn't just, say, okay, he didn't mean that the way he said it or whatever. Or, he's going to walk it back. I didn't give him the benefit of the doubt at all, because I was like, you hit me, I hit you. You hurt me, I hurt you. You cut me, I cut you. You want to go? We'll go. And that was me manning up, because he didn't have the fucking cojones to be the man in the relationship. So, okay, I'm the alpha male then, and you're the beta bitch. And that's how it worked out. And that's why our marriage didn't work, because he just couldn't take it. I mean, I really don't think I'm difficult. Not that difficult. I mean, I'm crazy, but difficult? No, you just have to learn how to deal with me. Just don't be an insensitive prick. Don't be cold. Because if you go cold, I go cold. If you hold back, I hold back. And if I don't think you're invested, I'm gone. I might be here, but I'm planning my escape. I've already started it in my head. And I always see my plans through. So when I get to that point, that's the danger zone. When I stop caring, when I stop wanting to spend time with you or whatever, when I'm just like, yeah, go ahead, do whatever you want. You're like, oh, I didn't mean to say that. No, it's fine. It's fine. When I stop getting hurt or I stop getting mad, then you have a problem. Because then you don't matter to me. Because I've already closed my heart off. And if you don't have my heart, you got nothing. My mother asked me once, she said, I forget how we got on this subject. She was like, what is your one, how'd she put it? What is your, not one regret. It was something about what makes me sad. Something about like, I don't remember her exact wording because I try to block out my mother as much as possible. And I didn't give her an answer, but I had one, but I didn't trust her with the answer. I remember that. And it was something about what makes you the most sad. And it was just like, for me, it was that my heart belonged to me. That made me sad. Because what is life if you're not sharing your heart with somebody? This whole individuality and be single and be free and be, sexually, like not risky, but like sexually open to being with anybody, like, love in the moment. That's all well and good if you want to stay isolated by yourself the rest of your fucking life and never really fulfill yourself. That's the feminist agenda, right? I should be perfectly fine on my own. And I probably could be. I've been on my own for shit forever. And I wound up cracking up. So it's like, But the saddest thing to me would be that I possessed my own heart for way too long. And the only people I shared it with were my kids, and then my students and stuff like that. But it's different. It's a different kind of sharing. I didn't have somebody who I could say, here's half my heart. Here's my whole heart. That's the saddest thing to me. And I didn't trust my mother enough to tell her that because she would have made fun of me. I would have had to hear, well, if you weren't so goddamn rough, if you weren't so harsh, if you weren't so this, if you didn't have these kids, if you didn't, if you went and do your hair this way, and why don't you go and do this with your, wear more makeup, wear tighter clothes. Shut up. God. It's like, her thing was, why don't you wear dresses? Because I have 2 kids, one in a wheelchair and one in a friggin', like a baby walker. I can't, dresses aren't working for me. It's jeans and t-shirts. You know how fancy my t-shirts are? I wear the one with the least amount of stains. Why? Because I have 2 kids. I have a job. I'm going to college. I tutor. I have another job after school. I have after school. I don't have time for me. I come last on the list. See, that's not my mother. My mother comes first on her. Well, she comes second on her list. Her husband comes first. Kids come dead last. See, I didn't have the husband to put up there. So all the responsibility fell on me because I was such a strong, female. And my kids came first. There was no room for anybody else. I tried the marriage thing. It didn't work out. And yet I love marriage. I just didn't like who I was married to. I want to take care of somebody. I want somebody to still be there with me taking care of a house and somebody I can cook for and, like buy little things for and do all the little things that they enjoy. I want to know their favorite things so I could do them. I want somebody to make happy, and I want somebody to make me happy. That's where I fuck up. I always do it one way and I forget to say, hey, how about me? I never say, how about me? How about you do this for me? How about you give this for me? How about, you act this way with me? I just let them do the bare minimum. And I give them everything. And eventually I run out. T3, I hear you. I sold everything as well and continue to sacrifice every day for the honor of raising Harlem. Absolutely. 100% wouldn't change a thing. His mother called me for money, shaking my fucking head. I know, honey. And you did a wonderful job with him. He's a great kid. He is a great kid. I think he's phenomenal. The conversations I've had with him are just, they were fantastic. But he's a good kid and he loves you a lot. He loves you a lot. Ellie Fun, I never thought I could handle being a stay-at-home parent until our second child. I even had to transition into it. I tried to do graduate school, stay at home, be a wife and having a baby at once. Military wife and having a baby at once. That's a lot. Honey, that's a lot. Oh, Outpost is back. Ever have a moment when writing and all the words flow right out of you? When it's done, you can't write like that again? No. I can write anytime, anywhere. I just don't. I don't because I just don't. That's why it's funny because I write the scripts for this show. And I'm always on track when I write my scripts. But my scripts will be 14, 15 pages long. And I write small. And I'll like, oh my God, how long have I been doing this? Oh, 40 minutes. I'm like, oh, damn. Because once I start, I can't stop. And it just all just flows out. And I could access that anytime I want. But most of the time, I hold myself back. Because I don't believe like I'm good enough. I mean, I have that issue. I always believe I'm not good enough. Even the show's complete crap. Hubby is shorter than you. I knew it was one of you. Ellie. I knew it was one of you. T3 Harlem said to give her his paycheck to shut her up. Oh, you did get a good kid. Yeah. I would totally like if I don't know what I would do. I really wouldn't, but you have a really good kid. I'm glad. I'm glad you got to raise him. And you said, be right back. Too bad I need money. I mean, don't we all? Heart, thank you for the compliment. Oh my God, I'm behind. Well, you're behind and I'm behind. So really we'll catch up together. And not only is he shorter, he's a communist like Jesus. Oh my God. Does he look like Jesus? Does he have like the beard and the long hair going? Because that'd be funny. Does he wear Birkenstocks? I mean, come on. Well, from Oh No at Talking Trash and Truth, thank you for reminding me. Why? What happened? What did I remind you of? Snickers? Because I love Snickers. At Shelly T3, when I was with my ex-husband, I ended up selling everything I owned just to get by. Yep. He didn't pay the mortgage and didn't tell me until it was too late. I lost everything more than once. Yeah, I know that feeling. Again, it took me a long time to get here. I know, honey, but it's too late in life for me. Suzanne. Homeschooling is the best. My boy is 15 years old and could graduate anytime he wants to. Write the final exam. He also has a job making $20 an hour with full benefits and works when he wants to. That is amazing. Yeah, Connor asked me the other day when he could take his GED. I was like, as soon as you hit 18 and your grandfather could take you for your ID, because I can't go to the DMV because they don't have chairs because COVID. They removed all the chairs, never put them back. So I can't stand for an hour in line. And it's always 2 to 3 hours in our DMV because it's so ridiculous. So it's like, and he's just got to wait. Which is fine. He'll be 18, God, in less than 6 months. Oh my God. Oh, my baby. It's so weird that he's going to be 18 because I can still feel him where he would lay across my chest when he was a baby. I remember what he smelled like. He always smelled like Desitin and powder, baby powder. And I didn't put powder on him, but he always smelled like baby powder. What happened? Can I check it again? And speaking of my demon spawn, here he is again. Just in case. Well, you text me. I don't check my phone. You people got to learn. What do you mean? All right, damn. I'll knock you on your ass. No, nothing. Nothing. Not yet. I will keep checking. Oh my goodness. Yes, I will. It's 1:02. I will check at 1:30. They usually don't do it till like 1:30, so just give them time. I get it. He's so anxious for this new iPad, and I totally get that. I was older, single. I never thought I would get married or have children. And I was to the point that I was overly comfortable. God knew, hubby knew. I had to figure it out. Girl, trust me, I know. I know. It's hard to stop just living your life because you figure if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And then you get to a point where you're like, this is never going to happen. And you kind of give up. And that's when it comes and kicks you right between the eyes. The first shot of Vader let you know in that split second that he was a badass. Yep. Phrasing. I don't know what I phrased wrong, but I'm sure it was funny. I've never seen Star Wars or Star Trek, and my husband is a huge nerd that loves them. Aw. My goal is to try to do more things that hubby likes, even if I fall asleep watching the movies. You know, that counts. It does. Listen, I hate to use it as an example, but I only ever liked Roddy Piper in wrestling, and I didn't really like watching it so much as I had the action figure with the kilt and everything. But that was about it. I liked his name. I liked his, personality. When I did see him on TV, I thought he was funny. He was just badass but like kind of weird. But wrestling wasn't a thing for me. I liked boxing. And then as I got older, I liked like UFC, MMA, all that kind of stuff. Never thought I'd fucking like wrestling. And I'm addicted to it. Literally. Like Monday, I had the worst headache on Monday. And I still was like, we're watching wrestling tonight, right? He was like, yeah, of course. Oh, okay. But yeah, at first I started watching because I was like, all right, he's into it. Let me see. I was like, this way, at least I know what he's talking about. And then it just sucked me in. And I was just like, oh my God, I love this. Like, and I think I get more excited to watch it than he does. Weird. But it's something, like it's a nice bonding thing. I just enjoy it. Listen, I enjoy movies from long before that. So I know. I'm not knocking your taste in movies. I'm just saying, Star Wars isn't for everybody, but it should be. There's people who love Star Wars, and then there's people who are wrong. Just saying. Vader walking through that smoke took your breath away. Oh, hell yeah. It was the best villain entrance ever. Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 dun. It wasn't that got me. It was hearing him breathe for the first time. God, I remember getting chills from that. It was ridiculous. I watched 22 times in the theater. Awesome. Wolfkinder went 3 times. I went, I think, like 5 or 6 times when I was little. Once that came out on VHS, we rented it all the time. But when they put it on HBO, Daddy taped it, and he had to make like copies of it because I wore it out. I didn't wear out Empire Strikes Back because I didn't appreciate Empire until I was older. I liked it, but I didn't like appreciate that it's like, oh, it's so awesome. But like New Hope and especially Return of the Jedi, forget it. Jedi was my movie. Return of the Jedi, that was it. I loved everything about that movie. Now, Empire is probably still my go-to for like a fantastic movie. But I mean, I'll watch them all. If I watch, I never watch just one. If I won't watch Star Wars unless I have an entire day to do it, because I will watch all of them in the proper order. My vision is poorly. I pass out on so many of them. Doctor Who puts me right. Oh, you don't like Doctor Who? You don't like fish fingers and custard? You don't want to plant a banana grove where a weapons factory used to be? Like, you don't want to dance? You don't got the moves? You don't want to be the bad wolf? I love Doctor Who, but I stopped watching after Matt Smith. Like, it was Eccleston, Tennant, Matt Smith. I stopped at Peter Capaldi. And then they brought in that chick. I was like, no. And now they have some, I don't know, weird gay black dude. I'm like, no. Like, I'm not interested in any of them because they're way too woke now. They ruined it. They absolutely fucking ruined it. After being with my ex-husband for over 15 years, I swore I'd never get remarried. Yeah, don't swear, because God goes, wait a minute. Hold my beer. Elephant Damn T3, you're going to make me cry. You're a strong woman. Strong women can be soft. Not here. Not here. T3, you always make me cry, so good on you. I'm sorry. 3 years later, and I married again, and 2 years after that, had twins again. Never say never. I know, girl. I know. Does Vicky live in New York? Vicky lives 8 blocks straight down the street that I live on. Literally, I'm at the top of the hill and she's at the bottom. And if my grandmother was alive, she'd go, that means something. she'd be like, mm-hmm. That's how it should be, because you're not like her. Okay. She swears everything bad in my life is because of Vicky. And I can't really blame her. Or she swore, I should say. She always used to say, you know, your life would be great if you just got away from that bitch. She was like, she's not like you. Why do you keep hanging out with her? You make terrible decisions. Whatever. Elephant, our first baby, I miscarried in my second trimester. Oh, honey. So when our second baby went full term and was born, I never wanted to leave him. I get it. I get it. I do. I do. I'm sorry, honey, but I'm glad you got your second baby. I am. I was that mom yelling, "Where is my baby?" when he was in the NICU. Yeah, I made them move him into my room. Of course you did. I was such a pain in the ass that they sent a social worker to my room and I put her in her place. Oh, damn. That would have been fun to watch, because I'm sure you reamed her a new asshole. Wolfram, you reminded me of Concrete Roads. Oh, I have it keyed up on another tab. There you go. Wear tube socks. Wait. I'm sorry you felt that pain. Nope. He's Filipino. Okay. And he wears tube socks. So no Birkenstocks, tube socks. Okay. It still rhymes. And why is that my problem? I will let Harlem write his finals in September. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad you all got to see Connor. Mm-hmm. Well, not see him, but you heard him. And he's just like me. It's the bane of my existence because I never wanted another me around. I can't deal with me. Because our arguments all the time are, why are you so stubborn? And why do you take everything the wrong way? And why is everything a goddamn fight? You know, I can just say things. They don't have every friggin' meaning. And he just looks at me and he's like, who are you talking to? Me or you? I'm like, ah. Like, you don't have to have the last word. Yes, I do. No, you don't. Yes, I do. No, I don't. And it's just the same personality. We'll kill each other one day. We love each other to death, but oh my God. Like when we go at it, it's, and I'm always the one that backs down. Because I'm just like, all right, I'm not going to push it. I'm not going to push it. Return of the Jedi is my favorite. Good for you, nerd. I used to love, that was my favorite. And then I don't really have a favorite, but the one I really enjoy watching over and over is Empire. I mean, you know what I mean. Most people stop watching Who after Matt Smith. Yeah, because it just went stupid. Well, Kinder, I bought the Star Wars A New Hope novel, and it was written from a script. So there were cut scenes in the novelization. So I swear I saw things that weren't in the movie. Oh, yeah. You visualize it. Absolutely. That happened to me with a couple different novels. I'm like, no, but this happened. They're like, no, that was in the book, but it wasn't. Harry Potter especially. I'm like, why are they doing that? They changed it. Like they changed so much from the books to the movies. It was like, ugh. I hate when they do that. Fans thought that bringing back Russell T Davis as the showrunner would put an end to the woke doctor, but it's only gotten worse. Oh yeah, no, they did the whole trans thing, and we're women power and the whole women unite. And I was like, this is so gay. Horrible.
Why are you gay?
I'm just saying. Shut up. Nerd said, like the Tashi Station scene where Luke is hanging out with his friends, like he told Uncle Owen he wanted to. Yeah, but you know what? I don't think I would have enjoyed that scene in the movie the first time around. I like the way we were introduced to Luke. When I saw the extras and like the other scenes, I was like, yeah, I didn't like it so much. It just didn't have that flow to it. You know, Star Wars has that constant go, 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 go. And that was very like, oh, hey, are you going to have that? And like, it was just a very late, it was a scene worth cutting. I mean, I liked that it was in the extras, which is great, but it wasn't like Lord of the Rings where I literally will only watch the extended editions because I'm like, no, it all has to go in. Like, it all has to be in the movie. And they were all fantastic scenes. But yeah, no, in Star Wars, some of those scenes were like, George, what were you thinking? Like, give me a break. He's watching the battle from the ground, which made the space battle seem small. Yeah, see, that was one of the things I didn't like about Jedi when he was with the Emperor and he's watching like this far away battle through these, this little tiny window. And I'm like, bro, like those are huge ships. You can't even see half the battle. It's like, come on. And that was the only scene that I really liked from the Last Skywalker, whatever the fuck they called her. That last movie when all the ships showed up. When it was like, we're here. Like you hear Lando and you're like, oh, thank God. And then you see all the ships. I made that as big as I could on my TV. And I had paused it and I'm looking at all the different ships going, I know that ship. I know that ship. I know that ship. I know that. I'm like, oh my God, this is a throwback to whatever. This is from a different movie. And this is from this. And like, it was so awesome. Yeah. And I loved it. I loved it. What's the little guy's name? Frick? Is his name Frick? Babu Frick or something like that? Oh, I think he's adorable. He's just like a live R2. Like that's what he reminded me of. I also like the autistic little robot. The one that says, no touch, please. No touch, please. Thank you. It's like, I'm like, oh, I feel you, little dude. I feel you. Elephant. Nick hates everything. Nick said he hates Star Wars. You should shame him. He doesn't hate Star Wars. He likes to say that, but then he'll talk to me about Star Wars. But I will shame him. No problem. At some point I will. Right now I'm a little low on funds, so super chatting isn't going to be a thing, but I'll shame him in DMs. And yeah, about 10 minutes behind. I like the old Doctor Who if I don't fall asleep. How old are we talking? Because there's like 9 before. Or 8. There's 8. I think there was 8, and then is Eccleston the 9th Doctor, Tennant the 10th, and Matt Smith the 11th? American Graffiti. That was an awesome movie, Wolfkinder. People do not give that movie the credit that it deserved. Harrison Ford. You got Shirley from Laverne and Shirley. What the hell her name was? Cindy Williams, I think. You had Richard Cunningham. You had Tom Howard. Tom Howard? Is that his name? Yeah. Was it Tom? No, not Tom Howard. What the hell's his name? Oh, that's going to aggravate the shit out of me. Richard Cunningham. Damn it. Happy Days. Why won't it give me Happy Days? Stop it. Richard Cunningham, played by Ron Howard. All right. I said Tom Howard. Ron Howard. Whatever. So I had a little bit of a brain fart. Whatever. It is what it is. Thank you, HT. I should have just waited for you. And Outpost Nerd and Wolfkinder. The 4th and 5th Doctors are your favorite. Which ones are? Oh, that's is that the dude with the bushy hair with the scarf and the young blonde dude? Wolfram. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You didn't have to do that, honey. Here we go. Let's see. What am I going to play? You know what? Here we go.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with. Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
Shit.
Wow, look at this. Wolfram coming in with a $50 super chat, honey. That is above and beyond. Thank you so much. Guess what? I got to change my banner. Let's hide that one. Let me edit this. Wait, you'll see. You'll see. You'll see. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do it. Alrighty, save, and there we go. Today's stream sponsor is Wolfram. Muchas gracias, Wolfie. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. That got me all like in the feels. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. You're crazy, but I appreciate it very much. Oh, so yep, we got $50. He said for the Snickers fund. That's some good. That's money for good chocolate. What's Snickers? Although I do love Snickers. I would take a Snickers over like that expensive shit any day because you could have more Snickers. That is not difficult to make me happy. By the way, in case you guys were wondering, I did save that drink from yesterday. I didn't drink it. I only drank like 1 shot's worth. And there's about 12 shots worth of alcohol in there. So I put it in the freezer and I was like, let me see if it's frozen. Cause it was a frozen mix at one point. And I went in and yeah, no, there's so much alcohol. It's not frozen. It's cold, but frozen. It's not. It's a little slushy, but that's it. And I plan on possibly drinking that tonight and just seeing what the fuck happens. because I don't have a stream in the morning and I could sleep. And if I have a hangover, which I've never had, but I have a feeling I probably will get now, I'll see what happens. But yeah, one thing Winning said, he said, yeah, if you drink, I'm not letting you anywhere near a computer. I was like, that's all right, I got my phone. He was like, yeah, no. I was like, so you never know. If I do a pop-up stream at 2:00 in the morning, you know why. But yeah, and hopefully I won't take another edible so that I'll just be like drunk. The 5th is a scarf. Wait, you did a number sign, so 4. 4th is the scarf and 5th is the young blonde. Okay. Yeah, David Tennant's father-in-law. All right. So I figured I'd pick the 2 that you like. Yes, thank you for your very generous super chat. Lady Awesome said, I'm like 5 minutes behind. I had a phone call. That's all right, because I'm only 2 minutes behind. Woo-hoo! Look at that. Look at me. Go me. I trolled my husband through a Christmas gift last year. I bought the Godfather series and said, look, your people. And he laughed. Listen, I don't know of one Italian who doesn't love the Godfather series. I will watch it. All you have to do is I'm watching The Godfather, and next my ass will be plopped down right next to you going, no, we're watching The Godfather. And let me tell you all the parts that are right and all the parts that aren't. I take it very personally. Italian like movies. I literally was talking to Winning about this, I think yesterday. And I said, there's TV series that I watch and whatever that, people would think that I would like this one and I don't. Or they would think I don't like this one and I do. I love Boardwalk Empire. And I know it's over dramatized and whatever because it's like really extreme. But a lot of that shit was real. Like, those are the stories I grew up on. Like, I knew people like that. My family knew people like that. Some of the people in there were actual people. Like, they portrayed the mayor of Jersey City very fucking accurately. All of that. So I like the authenticity of it. And I like that I could relate to it because it was my area, whatever. And, that's what I grew up knowing. The Sopranos, not so much. Not so much. Like, I don't enjoy The Sopranos. I've watched it, of course, because I feel obligated to. But I've watched it and go, we're not like that. We don't do that. I don't know anybody that does shit like that. Like, this is so like over the fucking top. Like, why don't you just take every Italian stereotype out there and just throw it all in one thing? Oh, good, you did. That's great. That's awesome. The only one in there that is like kind of authentic is his mother. Like, that's the only one because that's every Italian grandmother. Forget about it. What are you bothering me for? Like, that's my mother. It even kind of looks like my mother a little bit. But like the house dress and get out of here. I'm giving away all my stuff because I'm going to die. You're not going to die. I'm going to die someday. It's like, that's your Italian grandmother. So she was very authentic. The rest of it, not so much. Hey, Grimmy, what's up, Grim? How you doing? But yeah, no, The Godfather, I love The Godfather. A lot of it is crap, but I mean, the story is good. It's just not true. And then a lot of it is like, oh yeah. Like the bit with the pear, like how he like went up and down the street and went to like all the vendors. That's what Hoboken used to look like. The cobblestone streets. You had all the street vendors, Up until I think I was about 10, the truck used to pull up to the corner and I would go out and get fruit. Because it was a whole truck with just boxes of fruit on the back on a slant with the sign hanging. Like, look, it's a fruit truck, and just go outside and get it. We had the guy who used to walk around with the sharpening thing so that you can take your knives out and he would sharpen them. Like, that's just something that you did. You had, the Iceman and stuff like that. Like, a lot of that shit was stuff I grew up with. But then I looked at a lot of it and I was like, we don't do that. Like, none of us do that. But like where you see like Paulie's making the gravy and everything, and you see Santino come over and he takes the big loaf of Italian bread and breaks a hunk off and he starts dipping. That is such a Guinea thing. That is definitely something we all do. Like my grandmother used to smack us all because my aunt would burn her mouth every Sunday because she could not resist the gravy direct from the pot. And she'd be like, "Oh, Kate, it needs more pepper." She'd be like, "Do you have a husband yet? Then don't tell me how to cook." Like, you really want to piss an Italian off, tell them that you can cook something Italian better than they do. Ooh, it's on. That's like lighting a fucking cat's tail on fire. You're going to have the same reaction. Sometimes any chocolate is good chocolate. Oh, this week? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yep. The whole wanting Chinese food and like, yeah. So this week is definitely a chocolate week. Make sure you drink water. Hangovers or dehydration. I mean, yeah, but then if I drink water, I mean, there's already water in the drink because it used to have ice. Doesn't that count? It should count. You're like, drink water. Do you know what gives me no hangovers? What I actually consume so I don't get hangovers? Pretzels. Because the salt helps. And the pretzels are a nice base. But I mean, this container, it's a quart container. So it's a quart size drink. And it's literally 3/4 just pure rum. Like, it's a lot of fucking rum. I think my mother said it cost her like $6. I was like, okay, did you have to tell me? Think putting a stuffed horse head on a hubby side of the bed is going too far. I mean, if you could go to one of those like dollar stores that have the horse's head on a stick, you should totally get one of those. And then I just like wet it a little bit and put it in the bed next to him. Don't like nothing like colored so that you ruin the sheets or whatever. But yeah, if you could like wet it and like put it next to him when he's sleeping, that would be hilarious. Oh my God. You're like, what? It's a horse on a stick. This way you can get on your broomstick and ride. They do have that rubbery horse mask. I shouldn't encourage this sort of thing. Why not? It's fun to scare the hell out of your significant other, your spouse, anybody. I love scaring people. Favorite of the fourth Doctor, yeah, with the scarf. He isn't older. He isn't older, but Tennant, yeah, he was the 10th Doctor. I believe, yeah, but yeah, David Tennant he was so good. I don't know if you ever see him in the Casanova movie where he played Casanova. And he was talking to this dude who like absolutely hates him. And he was like, "I don't know why you hate me." He was like, "Well, I do actually." And he goes into telling him what goes on in the male brain. And the dude was just like appalled that this guy is saying this out loud. And I was like, oh, is that what they really think? Like, are they that worried about like their masculinity all the fucking time? Like, is it going to work? Is it, is it big enough? Is it good enough? Am I good enough? Is she going to go looking at somebody else? I was like, wow. It was a really good movie though. A little weird because he winds up like with his daughter at the end, not knowing it's his daughter. So it's like, but he also winds up like dying terribly. Ellie, I've put porcelain dolls staring at my husband when he wakes up. He gets so mad. Oh my God. I have those too. They used to freak my husband out. My ex-husband. Oh yeah. He hated them. He was like, don't take them out of the closet. I was like, I don't have to. They'll come out on their own. And he's like, don't do that. Don't worry. They only come out when you're asleep. But yeah. Oh, it's 1:30. Let me check my email. Wait, because I did promise my son. I'm not seeing anything. I have no notifications. Nope, nothing. Nothing, honey. I'll let it sit there because sometimes my mail loads slow and it says 102. Damn it. I don't know why the mail on my phone takes forever to load. Angel statues. Oh my God. I don't do that one anymore because it really gets them going. Don't blink. I love it. I love it. Hangovers are chemistry. The alcohol molecules attach to water molecules and pull them from the body. That means nothing to me, Wolfkinder. I'm kidding. Shelly just slowed down. I slowed down. I'm right on time. I'm at 1:30. There we go. I'm right here. I got you, girl. All right. So back to the topic about bringing shame back in. Like, I look around and like everything I ever wanted is so far from what I actually got. She caught up, post a bunch of stuff. Rude. You had me at 2 times for a bit. I know. Apparently my laugh is hilarious at double the speed. Apparently it is. I don't listen to my streams because I hate the sound of my own voice. I really do. Making those videos of like the poem recitations and stuff like that is torture for me because I have to sit there and edit myself and I'm like, God, I sound terrible. Sure is. I just caught up too. Awesome. Well, you know what? As long as you enjoy my laugh and it doesn't annoy you, you can play it at any speed you fucking want. So I was thinking, like, I made a list and I was like, you know, what happened to shame? You know, like we started giving participation trophies for people to just show up. We started worrying about offending. We started worrying about like people's feelings. Rather than them become more resilient, we started editing to make more and more people comfortable. And it's like, you get more comfortable if it's not there. I already looked. I did check. You didn't hear me? I just everybody checked with me. No, I'm looking at it. I'm sitting here watching to see if the number goes up on the emails. It's like a cute squeaky chipmunk. Thanks, Ellie. Listen, as long as I don't ever sound like my mother, we're good. There's a really sweet YouTuber that her voice and demeanor probably way too much like mine, drives me absolutely ballistic. I want to like her though. Aw. Yeah, no, I've come across like creators like that where I'm like, I like her message, but she sounds too much like me. Like, I don't want to listen. And that's what sucks about my voice, because I have a very distinctive voice. I don't think any of you would go to another channel that has like somebody you never like knew who it was, and you hear my voice and you're not like, that's Shelly. Like, you're gonna recognize it's me, no matter how I try to disguise it. I love your laugh. I love your voice. I love your accent. I just love you, Shelly. Aw, lady awesome. Thank you. I love you too. Oh, chat said, Connor, chat says that I checked. They're corroborating my story. It's good to have friends. I need to stop getting these damn things from Cory Booker begging for my help. I'm like, dude, I'm still a registered Democrat, but I'm not voting for Biden. You can go fuck yourself. Michelle, our mid-quarter deadline is coming up. They sent me one yesterday where they're totally dogging Trump. And they're like, you know, he said this. And the whole thing was, oh, he said that he had a bigger crowd than Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. And if you're from Jersey, you know that's not true. Bullshit. I've been to his concert. There was nowhere near the turnout that this dude got for a political fucking rally. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, that was huge. And they're like, oh no, there weren't 80,000 people. No, there were more. Like, the email was just bam, bam, anti-Trump, anti-Trump, anti-Trump. Never gave me, and then they were like, we need your support. Why? What are you doing? You like telling me what he's doing and what he's saying. What do you have to offer? That's what's pissing me off. It's not the fact that they're just liars and grifters and whatever. It's that all they're doing is their entire platform is anti-Trump. It's not pro-America. It's just anti-Trump. It drives me insane. Girl, my husband knows your voice before he's even in the room. Because he'll say, I know that's Shelly. Hope she's oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's funny. Tell him I'm very well. Thank you for asking. And you said Matt Gates, bless his psychotic little heart, sends me those. Sorry, but Gates is for sure a serial somethingist. Yeah, he's a somethingist, all right. I never, you know who he reminds me of? And I've said it before. He reminds me of that like Poindexter dude. What movie was it? Was it oh God? The one with the guys dressed as girls, not something like it. It was Sorority Boys. The one with Michael Rosenbaum from Smallville that he played Lex Luthor. And he's like, I have a fat ass. He's like, hey, you know, yes, you do. I was like, oh my God. But the Poindexter, the rich dude on there, that's who Matt Gates looks like. I swear to God, that's what he looks like. But he does kind of look like Buster Poindexter. A little bit. Like he looks like a young version. Wolfram said, bingo. I want to know why my town allowed the Dems to have a table so close to the entrance to early voting, where you have to walk past them to vote Republican. Then the asshole looked at my kids after. Well, at least they learned how to vote. There you go. There you go. My grandmother used to drag me into that voting booth from when I was little. And she taught me exactly how I was expected to vote. And that's how I voted my whole life, except for 2016. I was the only one in my whole like social group and my work group that voted for Trump. And when they asked, I was like, yeah, no, I voted for Trump. Why? Because I fucking did. Like, what the hell? Just don't tell anybody. I know. It's between us. But yeah, I gave into pressure the last time. I was thinking American Psycho. Oh. I mean, he acts that way, but he doesn't look like him. Christian Bale, he's not. She just doesn't understand how much she's loved. Oh, honey. I love you guys. I know, Les. He'll be sitting by me playing his game and just laugh all Friday morning. Nice. Friday is his Saturday. Oh, that's cool. I hate the lazy wench that lives above me and uses her balcony as a litter box. Oh, you just got peed. Cat pee is the worst. Oh, that sucks. Is that a new place that you're living in, or I've called about it like 8 times? No, honey, that's the worst. Cat pee, that smell never goes away. Ugh. And the thing is, we have like there are hedges here that smell like cat pee. And I hate walking down one street in this town because it always smells like cat pee, because that's what the hedges smell like. They're disgusting. Yeah, go bleh, shower and then put lotion. It puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose. It's the bugs. Venting because I'm calling the health department soon and animal control and my fucking lawyer. Wow. Yeah, I'd be mad too if I got cat piss on me. Like, and it's not even my cat. As it is, I'm like, no, you got a litter box for a reason. I even asked nicely. I got my shower. We good. Oh, honey. Elefant said, tell your neighbor that you're not a furry and into water sports. No, tell them you are a furry and you're into water sports. Maybe they'll move. That's the way I would go. I'd be like, by the way, your cat peed on me. You know, I really enjoyed that. What are you doing later? You want to see how fast they'll be like, they never put the cat outside. You got to freak people out a little bit sometimes. It's not reverse psychology. It's, dark psychology. Learn the art of manipulation. I don't know. I want to talk about the topic, but I don't because I'm having more fun doing this. But I don't know, like the big things I was thinking of, like now, the people that need to learn shame, Bonnie Willis, Nathan Wade, that what the hell is it called? Stormy Daniels, can't read my own writing. Michael Cohen, Judge Merchan, Letitia James. You got all these like judges, DAs, attorney generals, all these governmental liars. And none of them take accountability. They're all stubborn. They all lie like they were born to do it and nobody's ever going to fact check them. What I don't get is the hubris and the ego where they feel that they can go out and say one thing, it's recorded, and then they turn around and say, I never said that. Bitch, I have you on video. That's you, right? I didn't say that. I'm not accountable for this. I'm not accountable for that. I'm not responsible for that. I don't have to answer to you. I'm too important for you. No, you are not too important. Nobody is too important. They're going after Trump for bullshit. You did actual embezzling and everything else, and you don't want to get called on the carpet? Fuck you, bitch. Like, that Fannie Willis really gets on my nerves. And then for Nathan Wade to go on ABC and say that, oh, well, it was an inter-office relationship, and that's as American as apple pie. Really? So the American apple pie thing is being an adulterer at work and stealing from your constituents and like everybody that lives in that county. That's what that is. It's wrongly prosecuting a man and making tons of money off of it and then saying, no, I didn't, while you're fucking your boss. So that's American as apple pie? I don't think so. Like, what America did you grow up in? Like, that was not how it was supposed to be. That's not an ideal I want to set. The fact that he said that really pissed me off. Iron Rabbit. Hi, Iron Rabbit. Since I didn't get to talk to you, happy Mother's Day, honey. Thank you for being my adopted mommy. I love you. I do. I did think of you like as soon as I woke up that day. And then I got stuck with my mother. I'm checking again. It's not showing me anything, Connor. Oh, nope. 143. It just came through. So you can go get it. Yay! Okay. I love you. Bye-bye. Got keys? All right. Thank Christ, because he would have drove me fucking nuts. Hello, Iron Rabbit. I'm sending squishies your way. I know you don't like to be hugged, but you got to take the virtual ones. I got to go back. Just stopped in to hit the like button. We're talking about shame, about how people need to learn shame and guilt because everybody just took their morals and said, oh, fuck it, and threw them out the window. No morals, no ethics, no values. And this is what the whole agenda was about, to make everybody so intrinsic, all about them, so egotistical, all about themselves that they don't care about their surroundings anymore. It used to be you put yourself as a high priority, but you also cared about your family and your community and, your county and then your state and your nation. And, you cared about your heritage. You cared about traditions. They don't want to do any of that. They're like, oh no, YOLO. Yeah, you only live once. How about you make it count? If you only live once, why would you piss away your whole life being a douche? You only live once. Make it good. Add something to the world. Add something good to the world. Let me be very fucking specific. But add some good to the world. Do your part to fill the bucket. Don't be the one who's, every time somebody succeeds, you're like, they don't deserve that. Like, be happy for them. Be like, I want that too. You can be supportive and a little envious at the same time. You just got to learn a little moderation. We all look at somebody and go, God, I wish that would happen to me at some point. You see like the guy who wins like the, what, $2 billion freaking lottery. You're like, one person won that. I wish it was me. You're happy for him, but you kind of, like, I wish it was me because I could really do with that money. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here going, I'd be happy with $1 million, God. I'm not greedy. $1 million after taxes, though. Let's be clear. Because the government will kill me in taxes. Guilt and shame. Focus. Don't be lazy. Yes, I'm shaming you. I mean, you couldn't possibly shame me more than I shame myself. You could try. I mean, you could do the whole challenge accepted, but I don't think anybody would succeed in shaming me more than I shame myself. Usually the things that other people try to shame me for, I take pride in. I do. Oh, God. I'm so mad I'm not even spell checking. You don't need to spell check. We all speak typo. It's fine. If we can understand T-Rex's things when he's driving, then we can understand anything you put up there. Fanny and Nathan better learn to fear God because they're going to be punished for the things they did. You see, she almost fell down the steps of the church. That was God's hand right there. He says, sit your ass down, you bitch. But yeah, no, Nathan. First of all, I don't see what the hubbub was. Like, I don't care if his dick is made of magic and like the answer to life's questions comes out the tip. He is not worth $600,000. I wouldn't pay him $6 for a piece of that. Get out of here. Look at him. He's bleh, bleh, bleh. No. Connor's mad, excited, happy for him. Oh yeah, he was like, all right, and he went right out the door. He didn't even stop in the living room. He literally just right around that corner. I took my kids out for Mother's Day. A hug is welcome if virtual. I send you all the virtual hugs you want. Anytime you need one. Gotta go, but we'll be checking in. Well, we're going to wrap up because it's like 4.5 hours. Ellie found your thumb's broken. Hit the thumbs up. Aw. So sweet. Lucky for you, I only give virtual hugs, Last said. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Here's the thing. It's very hard for other people to hug me because I have to be in the mood for it. But I'll hug anybody. I will literally, I'll be like a spider monkey on your fucking back. I don't care. Like, I will cling to you like it's my job. But if you go to hug me and I'm not like braced for it, even when I see it coming, I'm like, oh. Like, you'll see my spine stiffen. And you're like, did she get taller? Because I stand up straight and I start craning back. I'm just like, okay. And it's like, I get real like, oh my God. Mm-hmm. They're there. Thank you. You can go now. But when I hug, it's, oh my God, I'm going to hug you and squeeze you and love you. And it's weird. But again, I'm a giver. I do that. I'm very tactile. I have to touch, especially what's mine. Like if you're my man or whatever, like I literally will be touching you every second that I can. I can't help it. And you just don't even notice it after a while because it's just like, all right, if I'm not touching you, what's the matter? What's wrong with you? What's going on? Like, I spent 2 years where I didn't touch my husband like more than 3 times because I just couldn't stand to. I just didn't want to. And since he wasn't a touchy-feely person, he didn't even like miss it. And then like years later, he was like, you used to give really good hugs. Mm-hmm. I know. I still do. It's like, I remember them. I was like, yeah, you'll never get another one. Never, ever. Like, those hugs are reserved for people who deserve them. Because I don't just wrap my arms around, I wrap my whole self around you. Like, I really, I will smother you with love. And you'll like it, damn it. I didn't piss my life away today. I was potting flowers, doing something good for the world, and I got pissed on. That used to be the thing that my friend Klaus would greet me with every morning at work. He'd be like, "You pissed off today?" Yes. Because of course I used to like I'd be with my boyfriend on the way to work and he would always say something to aggravate me to set my teeth on edge toward the end. And he'd be like, "You pissed off?" Yes. He'd be like, "Better to be pissed off than pissed on." It was like, and it's true. It's true. So I'm sorry, honey. She said, "Oh, sorry. I'm a freaking bomb right now." No, that's all right. Girl, you know damn well you can curse in my chat. I don't care. I really don't. I'm never gonna have over 1,000. I sat there and watched Benny Johnson's stream yesterday live before he hit 2 million because I was there for all of Emily D. Baker's milestones, and when I saw his go up, I was like, I want to be there when it clicks over. And he needed like he didn't need 1,000. He needed something like 500 or 600 because he was at 1,999,300 something when he was like, "We're going to click over right, today, very soon." It took him 20 minutes to gain 1,000 followers. 20 minutes, 1,000 subscribers. And I was so happy for him. And I was so depressed afterwards because I was like, he just made 1,000 subs in 20 minutes. I've been doing this for a fucking year and a half. And I'm still not there. Technically, I've only been doing it on my own for like a year. Well, less than a year. Can I tell that you got it? No? By you breathing? Okay, but you're not going to bother me, right? You could do everything on your own? Okay, bye-bye. I'm not techie. That's you. I love you too. See, that's the one thing that my kids are different than I was growing up. We never said I love you in my house, ever. My son doesn't leave a room without blowing me a kiss and telling me he loves me. My daughter either. Like, she's a little less frequent than he is because, she tends to not talk too much. But he'll literally go in the kitchen. I'm not even like, he doesn't even know if I'm awake sometimes. And all I hear is, "Love you." And he goes in the room. I'm like, okay. Like, or I'll text him, "I love you too." Every text he finishes with, "I love you. I love you. I love you." I'm like, aw. Which is nice because he's like the only person in my life I say I love you to who says it back. It's, but like, he's so sweet. I did so well with both my kids. And I think that's just by chance. I really do. Katie's just young and innocent minded and she's innocent and young minded. That's how I should say it. And she's very sweet. I mean, she doesn't really come out here when I'm doing the show because all you'd hear is the click, click, click of the fucking walker. And she usually takes this time to sleep because she's like, "No, I'm awake." She's a night owl. So she's knocked out right now. She'll only get up to pee. Wade is still married. Wait, what about Wade? What did I miss? Wade is still married to who's Wade? What are you talking about? Oh, Nathan Wade. Girl, you said Wade and I'm thinking Deadpool. Ugh. We'll see. That's where my head goes, right to Marvel. If it solves my problem, get over here. I'll cook you dinner. That's funny. Just go up and scare them. The fuck? Don't be threatening. Be like weird. Oh my God, if you had a cat suit, that would be awesome. Go upstairs and be like, "So your cat just peed on me. I'm here to play with the kitty." And just get on the floor. See what happens. You got to fuck with people's heads sometimes. Let them know you're there. Just another FYI, today's Tug's birthday. Oh my goodness. He had a bunch of damage with the storms in Tennessee. Aw, if you see him stream today, stop in. I absolutely will. Oh, I love Tug. I know he's this humongous guy, but I always picture him looking like Beverly Leslie from Will and Grace. the little dude, the little gay dude, because he's got that kind of a voice. Everybody's like, he's got a deep voice. I'm like, who are you listening to? Do I have him on a different frequency than everybody else? Because I wouldn't say his voice is deep. The only time I don't question a hug is from my kids. If you're an adult, I need my space. I know that's why you smoke. I know. Run, Winning, run. No, he should if he had any brains at all. Oh yeah, I forgot Tug's birthday. Thanks for the reminder. Yes, thank you, Wolfkinder. I appreciate that. Hell is frozen over. Nick is streaming right now. Of course he is, because he's a dick. I should totally raid his stream. He wouldn't even notice. When the Wi-Fi's hit 2 million, they made a commemorative chocolate. Oh, that's awesome. I was really happy for him, and he was so excited. Oh my goodness. He was literally, I mean, Benny is high energy. He's like a Jack Russell Terrier. He's just like just always hopping around. But he was so excited yesterday. I was so happy for him. I really was. It was great. And I got to watch it and then go to Winning stream. I've been watching the Karen Reed trial. It's in Boston, and all I can think of is, damn, nobody on Hollywood Feel or Boston Legal had a Boston accent. I feel ripped off. Oh, I totally understand how you feel. I do. Yeah, no, Boston accents are very distinctive. If you ever hear like Matt Damon or Ben Affleck like speak regular, not their like Hollywood coached voices, their accents are thick Boston accents. Oh my God, Tug is Beverly Leslie. I won't be able to not imagine that. I can't imagine him any other way. That's what happens when you're an avatar. I have no idea what he looks like. I really don't. I know he's tall. I think he's a redhead. I'm not entirely sure. I know he's like a big burly dude, but he doesn't sound like it. He sounds like Beverly Leslie. And I love him for it, because I didn't want to be around any like rough and tough, whatever kind of like intimidating guys when I first, started going onto YouTube all the time. I felt safer with him. Like he was, I don't know, he was approachable. He was somebody I could listen to for hours. And I did, because he never stops talking, which is great. He taught me a lot. Leslie Jordan was from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Aw, he was from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, there are people out there who are quoting our friend who says, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. See how that works? Yeah, they're going a little woo in the cabeza. Karen Walker, I thought I smelled gin and regret. Yeah, see, Karen is me. Except I don't drink. But like the shit that comes out of her mouth, that's all me. That's all me. I'm like a combination of her and R2D2. It's weird. I know. I should fuck with her, but it's not my nature. Oh, when I moved in, boyfriend was helping me. I was there all fucking week without his arse. Seeing her ass and not saying anything, not saying hello back. Oh, that's mean. Why would she not say hello back? What a bitch. See, you should like collect the cat pee and then go pour it right in front of her door. I love a Boston accent. Exactly. Because of all the Wahlberg brothers. Yep. God, New Kids on the Block. Jesus. And Affleck. I do like Matt Damon's Boston accent. His is real thick when he lets it go. But I don't know. I like Matt Damon more than I like Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck always struck me as a douche. She yells at him, hey, I'm on top of you. My boyfriend was thinking, what the fuck did you say to me? She feels comfortable telling men she's on top of them, but can't say hello to the white girl with 2 kids. Oh. Yeah, see, if she would have said that to my man, she'd have no teeth. I don't care how old I am. I'll be that 90-year-old with the walker in my hand beating her ass. Like, what'd you say to my man? I won't fight for me, but you touch what's mine, I'll fuck you up. Like, there ain't no bones about it. Mine. Tug went on a shopping trip and caught a glimpse of him in his car window. Definitely not. He's not Beverly Leslie. I won't ruin the illusion. Oh, no. It doesn't matter. I know he's described himself to a T. I just can't see it. Couldn't see it. I know. I understood you, Wolfkinder. But yeah, no, I don't know. I can't picture him how he describes himself. And it's weird because the first time I tried to look him up, I kept getting pictures of Jeremy Hamby. And I was like, that's the quartering. I was like, their voices are so different. Like, come on. You know who I thought Jeremy, who was being like a avatar, but Jeremy was behind the avatar? Yellow Flash. Because he sounds a lot like Jeremy from the quartering. He sounds a lot like him. I was a Marky Mark fan back when he was in the Calvin Klein campaign. I remember those. I remember those. He had the tight stuff. Actually, he had like the hip hop jeans, but yeah, I remember those. The friggin' underwear and anyway, girl, I haven't started drinking yet. Stop. I felt the same, but he was telling me the story and it was only yesterday. So I wasn't marching my ass up there to confront the new neighbor, knowing I got to keep a man sack. Okay. She said, okay, I'm laughing. I'm done. Yellow Flash and Jeremy are a close sound. They really are. All right. You don't have to freak your neighbor out yet. You don't know. You might wind up being best friends and she'll single white female you. Be careful. See, my neighbors won't knock on my door. Only the one, Lulu, because she's old and Spanish and she don't give a fuck. Her husband is a vet and he's absolutely crazy. He does not edit his words at all. And he's very rambunctious. Like, when I mean rambunctious, he loud as fuck. Yeah, so I don't intimidate her at all, but the rest of my neighbors are terrified of me, and they should be. Oh my God. I think I know what you're talking about. I was watching him shop at Target and caught a glimpse before the depth drop. Oh my God, did you really? So you all know what he actually looks like. That's so funny. That's around the time he went looking for Amica. Amica. Oh my God, it was so fun. Amica cream. He rode that train for like a month with the Amica. It was hilarious. He had Amica merch, everything. It was so funny. But yeah, so we've been going 4.5 hours and I know my son. He's setting it up, but he's going to need my passwords and everything else. So he's going to come out here and like drive me cuckoo. Which is his right, I guess. But basically with the shame thing, what I came up with was, as a society, we stepped away from God. Once you take God out of the equation, everything seems to fall apart because everybody's like, oh, well, there's no retribution later. They're not taught that they have to live good lives to have a good hereafter. They're just told, oh, if you're a good person, if you're decent, you're fine. No. Every club has its rules and requirements. So does heaven. So does hell. They're not taught that though. That's not given credence with them. Now they grew up listening to like Bill Maher's Religulous, where he's, doubting everything about any kind of religion anywhere in the world. He's like, if I can't see it, taste it, smoke it, then I don't believe in it. Like, okay, well, you have that conversation with God when you croak, you heathen. But I think everybody should do what they want, but not to the extremes that they've done. There's got to be some type of standard, and we should have something to strive to. We have nothing to strive toward. There's no expectations other than be yourself, whoever you are. We're going to accept it because you're awesome. No, sometimes you're a dick. Sometimes you're a shitty human being. I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up your ass and tell you that you're awesome when you're fucking not. I might not tell you that you're like scummy or whatever, although I might. You never know. But if you ask me, I'm definitely going to tell you. I don't hold back my opinions because that didn't get me anywhere. Biting my tongue did not get me anywhere. The only time I bite my tongue is if I'm talking to somebody that I care about and I don't want to fight. I pick my battles. The personal battles are very important to be choosy about because I don't want to fight 24/7. I don't even want to fight once a week if I can get away with it. Like, I'd like to just coast peacefully along, just that's it. But other people, like if you're irritating and you're new and you say, hey, do you like me? No, I don't. You don't like me? No, I don't. Why? Because I don't like you. Why? Because you're fucking annoying. That's why. Like, I'm that person. But it's like, once I like you, I just think like you're the best. And I see all the good things about you. We stopped looking at people's good points because they didn't matter anymore. You were just supposed to look at somebody and go, hey, you know what? I'm just going to accept you as you are. And you don't ever have to better yourself. Do you, you be self-involved, be egocentric, be selfish. It's fine. Got to look out for you. That's what we've taught them. You can't depend on anybody but yourself. And you should only look out for yourself and what you want. That's why these bitches are like, oh, I've been unhappy in my marriage for like 3 weeks. I'm getting a divorce. Bitch, how long were you married? 14 years. What the hell? Like, they throw in the towel too easy. Like, oh, I'm unhappy. Boo-hoo for you. It'll pass. Work it out. That's why I think they have such a hard time, forming relationships because they're not willing to put the work in. They just want it to come out of the box like that. And it doesn't work like that. Everybody has to change a little bit. You adapt to one another. You learn one another. You learn how to not fucking set each other off. That's always a good place to start. Not for nothing. Learn how to not piss each other off. If somebody's used to like reacting a certain way, then you make sure to tell them, listen, I'm saying this. Don't react the way you usually do. I want you to actually listen to what I say. This is what I'm saying, and this is what it means. Don't twist it into something else. Because that's where most of like my problems lay, is either miscommunication or non-communication. Because I have needs and I won't say them. I won't. I'll say them once. And if that's ignored or if it's like shut down, I won't say it again. Good luck figuring out what I need. Is that me being stubborn? Yeah, but it's also me protecting myself because I know that there's a shelf life. I know that I can't give one-sided indefinitely, but I'll give as long as I can. And if I don't get in return, then all right, it's your loss. Somebody posted something the other day about personality types or whatever, and they said something about INFJs, which that's me. They'll give and give and give, and you don't have to give back to them. And I blasted that short. I went right in. I was like, let me tell you something. I was like, no. I was like, you could do that, sure. And we'll take it to a point. And then you become irrelevant. You're dead to us. Like, that's it. And I've always said, I really need like this tattooed somewhere on me. Like, not really, because ew. But treat me like a joke and I'll leave you like it's funny. Either give me the importance that I need and deserve, that I've earned, or fuck off. Like, what am I doing here? I'm just wasting my time and I'm wasting my energy and everything else that you're benefiting and I'm not in any way, shape, or form. And nothing I want is material. Everything I want is, emotional. It's on a deeper level. Winning and I were talking about this yesterday. I said, I don't know if you know this about me, but I don't do small talk. I hate it. I can do it. I fucking hate it. And he was like, no, you never said that. He said, but no, you are. Like, you're the big talker. You like having like the deep talks. I'm like, yeah. Because what's the point? Oh, how's the weather? How's this? Back and forth. That little chit chat back and forth is like, every once in a while. Yeah, that's great. People I love, I'll do that, no problem. But we also have the deep conversations. There are people that I've met that can only do small talk, and it drives me crazy. It does. It seems pointless to me. I got to go back because I was talking and I forgot to stop it. All right, Amica Cream. There we go. He's happy though. Have fun with it and give him one wrong number and a passcode couple. Trust me. No, I don't want to do that because he'll get very frustrated with me. Wait, he still needs an iPad case and a screen protector. And I told him, I said, you need them, pick them out on Amazon and text them to me. I'm not buying them myself. I'll pay for them, but I'm not picking them out because he's very fucking picky. So it's like, that's like the people that think you can throw your hands up and claim you believe in Jesus and you have no consequences for your action. They're like, oh, Jesus forgave me. That's Eddie. That's Connor's father. Oh, I cancel this. And I cancel this in the name of Jesus. In Jesus' name, I cancel this. That's what he said. And I was like, yeah, how does that fucking work? And he was like, it doesn't matter what I did to hurt you. I cancel it in Jesus' name. I said, I'm going to try that. I'm going to stab you in the face. And then when I get in front of the judge, I'm going to be like, yeah, I know I did it, but I cancel it in Jesus' name. I'm going home now. I don't think it would work. He's like, well, that's different. How is that different? I hurt you once if I do that. Compare the two. Yeah, fuck you. I screw with my kiddos like that too much. Yeah. I know. I do it all the time. I'd love to get him like to the point where he's all red and then I'm like, I love you. And he's like, yeah, I gotta go too. Gonna watch the Karen Reed trial. Awesome. Have fun. Love you, lass. Have a good day. I worked in retail customer service for decades while in college. The general public is full of assholes and morons. Yes, they really are. All right. Well, have a good one. Let's see. I'm on a call. Might be on when the stream ends. Hopefully see you all Friday. I'll be here Friday. I plan on getting drunk tonight. Because why not? So, all right. Let's see. Where do you want me to send you? I'm not going to send you to Nick if I could avoid it. He's got enough fucking people. Who else is live? Why does it always say there's no lives? Gonna make me go into YouTube and see who's live. Yeah, Ricada, Valhalla, Broken Baker, Uncivil, Potentially Criminal, and FGTV. Oh, the Fulton County Government Television's live right now. Yes, I do watch for that because they were supposed to be doing something about Fanny very soon, and I just don't know when the fuck they're doing it. I don't know. Where do you want to go? Bye, HT. Thanks for letting me vent a bitch. Vent a bitch. Oops. I appreciate you in the space you create, Shelly. Thank you. You're very welcome, honey. I'm glad y'all like it here. You know what? I'm just gonna redirect to Ricada. Fuck it. Let him be surprised. Why won't it show it? Ricada Law. There we go. Privileges needed. Oh, fuck you. He's got to be frou-frou. Broken Baker. There we go. We got Broken Baker, the Karen Reed trial. I'll send you guys there. All righty. Yeah. Let's go to hell and see how that works out. No. Like, trust me, I'm pretty sure I'm headed that way anyway. Because there's only so much God can forgive. Some of that, he's like, bitch, you enjoyed that. Yes, I did. Alrighty. I love you guys. I'm going to play the outro and send you over to Broken Baker and the Karen Reed trial. You're off to do housewife stuff? Okay. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Wolfram, thank you again. I appreciate it. You are today's stream sponsor. And I said thank you because we have manners, y'all. We have manners. All right. I love you guys. Have a wonderful day. And I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off, make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side lights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be